Why are people the way that they are? Why are they the way that they choose to be? Why? Why can't people just be smarter? Why can't people just be more cool? Why can't people just be more reasonable? Why do they have to be not those things? What's up, Patches? What happened? Jeez. Okay, so I have some laundry to fold. So that means we gotta listen to some stuff while I am busy with that. Okay, so let's see. I do have more laundry in the dryer right now. So I think I'll be okay for quite a while. Let's go ahead and Jamie, pull that shit up. I didn't finish listening to this this debate earlier. I was having too much fun with it because of how stupid it was. And
than the right.
I kind of wanted to finish this and then just go over my thoughts on it. But it was getting late. It's getting too dark. The day is running short. Like this tiny. Let's see. Where is the camera? Camera. Here we go. Let's pull that and then let's pull this. Actually, no, I can just do picture in picture, to be honest. Pull this over here's ogre here. So we'll finish listening to this and then we'll see where we go from there. There's not that much longer left, about 20 minutes. I'll just leave it at normal speed. It's so brain rotty. Literally unreal. How are you like this? Why are you like this? Who raised you? Okay, we got that. Let me camera here. And then Jamie pulled that shit up. Just do it like this, I suppose. And then we'll pull this down right about there. Okay. I don't know how I managed to make it all this way through to this debate. It's not even a fucking debate. It's just angry. People being angry. But
to life.
Because they haven't become a person yet, because they haven't.
Let's see how it
Circular
goes.
argument. You
It's
just went back to this.
absolutely not
You went back to the
circular. Hold
same.
on, I'm
When
so sorry.
did a
Wait,
fetus
to be
become a
clear,
person?
you're trying to say that, let's say that a person is 100.
You're saying
hold on, whoa, 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 whoa. You're saying,
Okay.
let's say a person is 50% a person.
Kind of forgot where we left off. Let me go back a couple of minutes. Doing versus allowing harm.
Tube or feeding pump because they had issues with digestion or feeding, you wouldn't say that, like, okay, actively killing the child is wrong, but if you just disconnected their insulin pump, that would be okay because you're passively killing the child. We would say no, they have a fundamental right to survive and be alive, and you would say the same thing to a person connected to a machine, because if a person was in a coma or not in a coma, let's say they were just unconscious, okay, and we knew they were going to wake up in 2 weeks, so there was a high likelihood of it, we would say it's probably unethical to unattach that person to the machine, even if all they did was sit there and starve to death. So this weird description that you're trying to, or this weird dichotomy you're trying to make between doing.
Is this 2x speed? What the heck? It's normal speed. Why is he... Oh my... He's already at 2x speed by default. Oh no.
Versus allowing harm doesn't apply here when we talk about moral consideration
It
of different
absolutely
types of.
I think you're
applies when
making.
talking
I think
abortion.
you're. I think
Don't
there's
say
a.
false analogy
There's
again.
I think there's an oversimplification here when you're talking about moral philosophy, because a lot of it goes into who has the responsibility, what my responsibilities and duties are to you.
That's right.
So if I am a doctor and my responsibility and duty is to my patient, and I have a child who's getting an insulin treatment,
If she's a doctor, I will want a different doctor than her. Let's put it that way.
yes, it would be homicidal of me to rip the treatment away from the child.
Yes.
If I am a parent and my duty and responsibility as a parent is to provide nourishment for my child, and I rip that nourishment away from my child, then yes, that would be potentially a homicidal act. It could lead to death, and it certainly would be a case of neglect and perhaps abuse. So similarly, if I as a parent have these responsibilities to my children, then it would be morally wrong for me to not live out those responsibilities. And every child is dependent on his or her mother. I do not suddenly become a child or a person at consciousness. We don't even have a clear line of when that is. We haven't been able to nail that down.
You still can't tell us.
And in addition, consciousness, you can go in and out of consciousness.
Sure. So
And
here's
in
the.
addition, a child
Okay.
before developing consciousness only needs time to
Sure.
develop that
So here's
consciousness.
the. Wait. This
So
is the most.
I feel like I want to draw a little diagram or like a visual representation of how this argument has played out for the past hour or so. But I think I'll do that at the end. It's just... I hate it. I hate this entire thing so much. There's just so many things wrong with it. Makes me angry.
Most important question.
One
The
thing,
most
one thing,
important
one thing,
question.
one thing. No, I'll let you make your point, but after you make your point, allow me to just come in, and I have
Okay.
a couple questions I need
Most
to ask. Go
important
ahead.
question then. When
Well,
you
can
have
you
a
respond to
person.
what I said, though? I'm curious your thoughts on what I just said.
It,
Do you
I don't
disagree
even
with
know
what I
there's
said?
anything to respond to. There's nothing.
Do you agree with it? Disagree?
When you start saying things like you should take care of children, you can't pull away care from children, obviously I agree. But
Okay.
that's all begging the question. We all agree on that. The question is, when do they become children? So there's nothing.
No,
to
but
respond to.
what do you think about the distinction of I have the potential, I have the capacity for consciousness, I only need time for that to be realized. Similar, I'm under an anesthetic, I can have the capacity for
Okay.
consciousness. It's not realized because I'm under anesthetic. In both cases, it's still wrong to kill.
There's a difference. You're
Why?
not developing the conscious.
Why does that difference matter, Destiny?
Because there's a difference between a thing
I
and a
know
thing
there's a
something.
difference, but why does
Hold
the
on,
difference
let him
matter?
finish. Let him
Oh,
finish.
I am getting triggered. You're right. I'm getting triggered. Okay.
I know.
Hold on.
We all know Destiny.
By
Okay,
what?
honey.
The arguments
floor
or
is
the
yours.
interruptions?
Because she knows her argument is bad, and that's why she won't let me finish her point. So
Incorrect.
it's triggering the fuck out of me. Okay.
Well, let's just let Destiny respond. Go ahead, Destiny. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So the key money question that I'm going to ask is if you have a person connected at end of life care, when does it become ethical to disconnect them?
You didn't answer. I'll answer that.
Lila's question.
But why does your difference matter?
Why does what difference matter?
The difference of the
difference,
child.
You're not even going to let me
who-
finish, but I'll tell you the difference. The difference is there's a difference between a thing and a thing that something will become. Those are two fundamentally different things. So when you say, what's the difference between a fetus that hasn't developed the parts to have consciousness yet versus what's the difference
Excuse
between
me,
me?
the fetus-
I told you
Wait.
she wouldn't let me finish. Versus what's the difference
just
between
let
me
him finish,
who's
let him
currently
finish.
unconscious and will become conscious later after anesthesia will wake up. The difference is
Being a woman, try not to interrupt challenge. Impossible.
you're not developing the capacity to have consciousness. There's a continuation of a prior conscious experience. All the parts are there to create a conscious experience. They're just temporarily
That's the fetus.
alleviated. They're
Destiny.
just no, it's not, because
Hold
the
on, let-
fetus
let
has
him
never
finish, let him
been
finish.
conscious and doesn't have the parts to deploy the
him finish.
conscious experience. So there's fundamentally a difference. Was that 2 or 3 interruptions that I said were going to happen, right? There's fundamentally a difference between a thing doesn't even have the capability to have a conscious experience versus somebody else's is temporarily abated by a drug. That is the difference.
Thank you for that.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Why
No
does the continuation of consciousness matter?
Continuation matters because the thing I'm valuing is the underlying machinery that has the capacity to deploy a conscious
Why?
experience. Why? Because in all the intuition of when we talk about other people and things,
Intuition?
it seems like, well, ultimately that's kind of where morals come from, don't they? Right? And at the end of the day, the thing that we seem to be valuing in other people seems to be the subjective experience that we're all having with each other.
Okay.
That seems to be the case.
Under your logic, Destiny,
Yes, tell me.
a newborn child whose
Yeah.
consciousness, their memories, they won't even have memories as a newborn.
Who's
The-
talking
the
about memories?
Because
Hold on, just
your
let her finish.
consciousness as a newborn child and even your consciousness as a 1-year-old is very different than your consciousness as a Destiny, however old you are.
Okay.
Are you less of a human, less of a person, excuse me, because that's the word
Thank you.
you're using here.
Uh-huh.
Are you less of a person because you have less consciousness?
Yeah, you might be.
Okay, interesting. That's
But just because you're less of a
acknowledgement.
person doesn't necessarily
So-
mean that you have like not that fundamental
So
right to be protected as a life.
If you are less of a person,
Just like a person who's prepubescent is less of a person in terms of like
Okay.
being like endowed with all the rights of society.
Sure, so
but they
if a-
still have the right to life to
Okay,
not be
so,
murdered.
so
yeah.
let's walk this forward. Then
Okay.
if you're a 1-year-old and
Slowly.
you're a little bit less of a person than a 20-year-old, say, should you have less? Are your human rights less as a 1-year-old than your human rights as a 20-year-old? Where does that
Your
distinction
human rights
matter when
are
it comes
less
to
as
rights?
a 1-year-old, yes. But in
Your
terms of like
human
right to
rights.
be killed,
We should do a thing where like you are 1/5 of a person, and then you need 3 of you, or 3 people in your age range in your cohort in order for your rights to be applied to come to fruition. We'll call it the 3/5 compromise. I think that sounds like a good compromise.
Wait. Human rights are universal and inalienable. They're for everyone. We're not talking about rights when you turn 18 to vote. We're talking about your universal inalienable rights. The idea of a human right is we all share them, and they can't be taken away from us.
Because we're human.
okay,
Maybe
but
we-
you,
we maybe should have defined that at
recognize
the
that there's a
beginning.
fundamentally different set of like rights for children than there are
Well,
for
I
adults.
think-
now, if you want to talk about like right to not be killed, that's why
Well,
I keep
you-
clarifying. That's why I keep specifying. Right to not be killed. Yeah, I think
It's a
you have that
human
right to not
no?
be killed. Yeah,
It's
that is a human right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just to clarify, the amount of how much of a person you are, is what you just said, does not change your human rights, because my human rights as a 1-year-old, even though I'm less of a person because I'm less conscious than
Sure.
a 20-year-old, I still share the same human rights, no?
If you want to, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So why would you deprive a child in the womb weeks before developing this uncertain amount of consciousness that's still very limited compared to even the consciousness of a newborn? Why would you deprive them the right to life?
Because they haven't become a person yet, because they haven't developed that
But that's a
subjective
circular
experience.
argument. You
It's
just went back to this.
absolutely not
You went back to
circular.
the
Hold
same.
on, I'm
When
so sorry.
did a
Wait,
fetus
to be
become a
clear,
person?
you're trying to say that, let's say that a person is 100.
You're saying
hold on, whoa.
consciousness
You're saying,
okay.
let's say a person is 50% a person at 1-year-old and 100% a person at 5 years old. And let's say you're saying that a second trimester baby is 20% a person. Well, what about somebody that's 0% a person? Well, I would say that's not a person yet. It's very clear, very easy, very obvious.
But
yeah.
you're not. But you're basing that off of though development.
Yeah, the developing of a conscious experience.
So-
Just like
so-
death is based off
so
the development of the lack
so,
of a conscious
So that's
experience.
age discrimination. It's maturity discrimination.
If you want to call it age discrimination, you can call it what you want.
Okay.
You're trying to like
Okay.
dress it up to intuition.
You still
pump, like
didn't answer
other
my
things.
well, you're
question from
using intuition for your argument.
Hold on, no. When I say your intuition
Interestingly.
pumping, what I mean is you're trying to draw on all of the negative things of age discrimination
still
to make it
didn't
sound
answer
bad.
our-
But you're not
That is
addressing
very-
the fundamental point I'm making, which is that the conscious experience seems to be. And I'll go back to my one question: is when can we decide to
So-
pull the plug on somebody who's in the hospital? What is the defining factor for okay?
Tell me
we
more
can pull
about
the
this
plug.
person in the hospital.
Sure,
Because-
they're in a coma. They're in a hospital. They're in a
Okay,
bed.
are they they're on life support?
Yeah,
I'm gonna guess, and they're not medically induced coma.
correct.
Okay, so I would want to better understand, or did they just have a car
Okay,
accident?
talk to me. Yeah, they had a car accident.
Okay,
I
and
know
are they brain dead?
They might be. Should we test for that? Do you think that's important?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is
that's very important.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you say
So-
brain dead, what do you mean by brain dead?
I mean, they can't detect any brain waves on the person. Are they flatlining? Is there any heart?
So are we going to go by detection of brain waves is what we choose as the
Because
end of life?
what you're getting to, it is ethical, I believe,
Okay.
to remove life support when there's no more hope for the person.
Do you think it's ethical to dismember the person when you remove the life support?
Dismember.
I mean, like,
Would
that
you
gets
do
into
anything
a
wrong
weird.
if you like said,
I
I'm a
think that
sadistic
people
person
have,
who wants to
I think
dismember
that people have.
The difference, though, is
Hold on,
life support is an
just let him answer.
but-
Let him answer the question, and
Okay,
then
okay.
and then we'll
There's
have you
such
go.
it's not a proper analogy is the
It's
problem.
such
but
a good analogy because
You
what
enjoy
you're-
What I really, really dislike about this entire thing, from start to wherever we are now, and I'm pretty sure it will continue until we finish because there's only like 10 minutes or 15 minutes left. Let's see how an hour 16 into an hour 33. Very clearly, these two ladies, I suppose we can call them, they're behaving as if this is an argument with like a family member over Thanksgiving dinner, as opposed to like having an actual worthwhile debate. And that's what I've always hated since the very beginning of this entire thing. They seem to have just come in from the beginning with no actual good intention of being of acting and debating in good faith. They just sort of seem like their only tactic, their only valid, I guess not even a valid tactic, but their only resort to try to I guess win the debate, since unfortunately that's just the way things go with online discussions, is to just overpower and overwhelm and outword the opponent, and that's it. That's the lack of engaging with the actual topic or the actual hypotheticals. It's just not there, and I find it so incredibly infuriating. On top of all the other things that they do, that's just quite obviously in bad faith. So I think I'll go ahead and make a little diagram, a little graph at the end. And I'll point out every single one of my issues because there's a lot. So just keeping that in mind. What's up, Patches?
I know, but
Oh shit, yeah, also. I was taking a shower. And then I came out of the shower and I was drying and stuff. And then I was doing some laundry. I was putting the dirty clothes into the washing machines. And then I saw that Patches, she was playing with something on the ground. I thought it might have been under the mousey. However, it was totally not under the mousey, but it was another small creature. However, that small creature ended up being a wasp. I don't think she got stung. I don't see anything yet. I don't know if Arby got the wasp or if she got the wasp, but when I confirmed visual on target, the wasp was already on the ground and she was like pawing at him, at the wasp, and he was like, I think he was trying to fly, but he could only manage like a slide across the ground with his wings beating and everything. I was gonna record a quick little video, but I was much more concerned about making sure that wasp was squished. I did not have my camera, my phone on me, so I couldn't take a picture or record. And I wasn't gonna give him the opportunity to fly away, so I just got the fly swatter and put an end to him. I'm pretty sure it was a wasp too, because he looked exactly like a wasp that I caught last year inside a plastic cup. And so I'm fairly certain it is a wasp and not a hornet. But yeah, that was pretty spooky. I don't know how long it takes for wasp stings to become super inflated, super bruised up and everything, but I imagine it's pretty quick. I haven't done a thorough examination of the kitties yet. So they may or may not have a wasp sting, but I don't think so. They don't seem to be behaving any differently. So hopefully it stays that way, and hopefully no wasp stings develop. Or if they do, hopefully they do that one meme where when dogs are stung by wasps, they're all sad and pathetic, and then when cats are stung by wasps, they become Chad cats. If that does end up happening, I'll be sure to take some pictures. But yeah, that's a little pre-stream story. Thankfully, nothing bad's happened so far, and I don't know. I think the kitty just got lucky. I was not aware at all that there was a wasp inside, and I don't know how it got inside, but thankfully the kitty took care of it.
But it's not a proper one. For the child
It's
in the womb,
important
it's not a
because
proper
you're
one.
asking the very human questions I would expect you to ask, which are the questions everybody asks: is there brain activity?
Well, they're the ethical questions to ask when you're
Is
a
there-
medical personnel
is there-
making a decision
sure.
about whether or not to remove
Yeah,
life
and
support.
we don't go
actually.
by heartbeat. We don't go by response to external stimuli. We don't
Those
go
are,
by
those are often, yes, those are evaluated
They're-
when you're determining making life and death decisions in a hospital.
brain death is usually what we're looking at. to
Yes,
figure
that
this.
is that is absolutely
That is the
considered as well.
defining aspect of when
I
we consider somebody
understand.
dead.
So hold on, can I just ask one question then? You are making an equivalence between a person on life support and a child in the womb, as if the child in the womb is on some form of life support.
The life
That
support's
is
not the
not
important part.
that is not correct, though. That's not correct, because when I'm a child in the womb, you when you're a child in the womb,
Isn't technically like the umbilical cord a form of life support? It's supporting the life of the unborn, isn't it? It's not by definition life support in the way that we use it like for a comatose person, but it technically is supporting life. Just based purely off of using the words on their own without the context of current medical standards and medical procedures. But let's see where she goes with this.
you're not on an extraordinary medical measure to keep you alive. You're in
Okay,
your
let's say they're
natural
not- let's say
habitat
that
where we
they're-
all
Yeah,
started
because
our
let's-
life.
look, can I get in this?
And the
Can I
only,
get in this
let me just say
conversation
one
for a
last thing, and I'd love to get in.
No, she can't get in. She's too big.
And the only thing that's going to kill you when you're in the womb, if not a miscarriage, would be an abortion.
Okay.
You may
So it doesn't match.
you still haven't answered the question about the 21-week and 6-day-old
I
human
said
being.
it's fine. You could do, yeah, they would be past my 20-week cutoff, so
it's-
they'd probably be treated like a child.
Probably. It's a,
Yeah, assuming that's the
how?
law, it would be treated like a child, yes.
So you're saying that the law is 20 weeks, and that is exactly where you're at.
Yes.
Okay. What
What-
about the child who's 18 weeks in the womb, who has spina bifida, and the
Gone.
doctors
Outta
give
here.
anesthetic to
Ejected.
correct spina bifida
into
and
the
put the
atmosphere.
child back in the womb?
Oh, in the womb, if
Into
the
the
parents want to.
atmosphere.
That's their choice. It's a
But
medical procedure.
this is my question before
Okay.
you made your farting noise.
Yeah.
Does that child at 18 weeks, or the fetus, the thing that you want to call it,
Yeah.
does that child have any rights
No.
at all?
Nope.
But see, what's interesting is you were conflating parts with wholes.
Nope,
Because
I'm not.
No,
Oh.
yeah, you were, because you keep saying
Conflating parts with holes. Arby. Patches, chill. What the heck? Patches is getting hornies again. I gotta make a thumbnail. When she starts being super loud. She's starting to be a little bit. So I'm pretty sure tomorrow or fuck. I bucked the mic. Tomorrow or later today she's gonna start being a 24/7 alarm bell. But I gotta get a thumbnail of that one little meme where the girl is like crying and she has her hands on her head and it says horny is back. So we gotta do for Patches. Okay. Back to you.
saying that earlier, and we can rewind the tapes or whatever,
Okay.
that the child doesn't have the capacity for consciousness, but the child does actually have the capacity to have consciousness. At the moment of conception,
No.
at the moment of
Excuse This fucking giggle. Oh my goodness.
conception, I told you I'm going to start treating you like a child.
Okay.
At the moment of conception,
She's been fucking doing that shit since the beginning. It would not surprise me if she treats everybody like a child, and that's why she's so obnoxious and unlikable.
All of the parts are there, right? The genetic code is there.
That's not the parts. A blueprint is not a part.
Wait, can we
What?
posture?
Okay, so wait, let me finish my
Good
let
posture.
me
I'm a
finish.
child.
Let me finish my question. So
I'm a
what
child.
part gets added in the womb
Uh-huh.
at between 0
let's see.
days
There's
and
the
20
brain,
weeks?
there's
No,
the
no, no.
heart,
Excuse
there's
me.
the
Where does that part
He's hold on.
come
What
from,
the heck?
Destiny?
From the
He's a child. Let him talk. He's trying to learn about the world in which we live. He's a child.
Blueprints. Do you think blueprints to a car are the same thing as a car?
You just said it doesn't matter. I said the child
A
in the
blueprint
womb
isn't going to magically become a
has-
car.
Well, but a
That-
one
that's
cell
not- it-
thing
that-
is not a
it's
thing
not
with many
equivalent.
cells.
You,
It's not
you,
equivalent,
excuse me.
Destiny.
You're acting as if.
Wait,
Can you
Destiny.
sit up? Oh
Yeah,
my
can you-
gosh.
Destiny,
Let me
sit.
hear. I'll
If you're
treat
gonna
you
treat me
out.
like a kid, I'm gonna
Child,
He's a
like
child.
please sit up and have good manners.
treat me like an adult.
No.
Let's
we-
go back to
okay,
the coma.
hold on,
Let's go back to
hold
the
on,
coma.
hold on.
I answered my
on.
question about the parts and the holes because I think this is really interesting.
Is this a birds
You
and the
just
bees
said
talk?
that the child at 20 weeks
Uh-huh.
has the
Christ.
right to life,
Okay.
but the child at 18 weeks has zero rights.
That is correct. That was my cutoff.
Absolutely all. But what
Absolutely.
you were saying in your arguments with Lila earlier
Yeah.
is that the child doesn't have the capacity for consciousness. And I said that's absolutely incorrect because at the moment of conception, all of the genetic material needed for that child to obtain consciousness is there. All, and what Lila had already said very articulately, all the child needs is time to grow and time to develop. It's not as if a child in my womb at 12 weeks, I, take a needle and insert this like little part into my womb and say, bam, fetus, now you have the capacity for consciousness. No,
Yeah.
all the parts are already there.
Sure. Let's say that I walk by.
Would you
Let's say
agree
that
with me on that fact that all
Hold
the
on.
parts
No,
are
the
there?
Just one thing. Destiny, you respond.
Okay.
And then I do have to jump in. So
Okay,
Destiny,
sorry.
go, and then
Okay.
I'll go ahead.
If I walked outside and
Let's count how many times they interrupt him before he can respond. Let's see. I'm gonna place bets on 4 times. 4 times they're gonna interrupt.
there was 100 steel beams and there was a ton of nails and all this shit laying on the ground and it was organized, and I walk over and I push over the steel beams, nobody would say, "Oh my God, you just destroyed a building." All the parts for the building are there. The blueprint
It would
might
still
be
be
there to build the
vandalism.
One
building.
time.
It would still be vandalism.
Yeah,
Two
but it's not
times.
a building.
It is
And I
part
agree
of a
that
building.
killing a
that's-
fetus is killing
Three
a fetus,
times.
but it's not
it's
killing a
still
human.
If I'm a
Hold
home
on,
builder,
the argument
a
here is
building.
not whether or not a thing is being terminated. We agree it's whether or not that thing is the thing you're claiming it is.
It's part
you
of a
claiming
building.
that a thing has a blueprint or can develop the parts in the future or
I'm
has
not
the capacity
claiming
Hold on.
it.
Let
Four
me
times.
finish. Let
Science
Destiny
says
that
finish. Let
argument
Destiny
right there
finish.
betrays your whole point because you're conceding that it is not the thing itself. If I walk by a construction site and I start knocking stuff over, I haven't destroyed a building. The pieces of a thing are not the thing itself.
I think that
When
doesn't
does the
hold-
fetus get
oh,
the-
Can I?
get
I'll
the
just answer
pieces?
that
When
really
it's
quick.
conscious.
If you go in and start burning the
Uh-huh.
building before it's built,
Yeah.
yeah, that would be a problem, and it would be vandalism, and it would hurt the future
It would be
building.
vandalism and it would hurt a
and
future
it would
building,
hurt
but it
the
hasn't
building.
destroyed a building, has it?
It definitely destroyed what you were building for sure.
Yes, but it didn't
So-
destroy a building, right?
Yeah, but this is the difference here.
No,
is when-
this is the whole
No,
subject of the
no.
debate.
She said it destroyed what you were building, not a building. She's she's been doing this the whole entire time, and it's so fucking infuriating. This is why we should hate women.
Hey,
Not the
if
subject
you've
of the
destroyed
debate.
all the
Yeah.
materials for a building, have you destroyed a building?
A building is a
yeah.
thing. A human
I mean,
being is a
I think-
person.
I think
It's
it does.
Oh my. Everybody should hate the big one in particular. They should hate the small one too, for some other different things. Primarily for not knowing how to close her mouth. But the big one, everyone should hate her just for that statement. Like, yeah, no fucking shit. Nobody's fucking saying that. Oh my god. It's like one of those. You can just replace property. You don't have to kill the thieves. You can just replace the property. Oh my goodness.
Doesn't match to what our conversation is
I think it matches
on a life
perfectly.
because
No.
an embryo is a whole unique individual
Yeah, and
human
part
life.
Let's come back to that.
But
Let's come.
can
Let's.
we go to the coma?
I don't know. I don't know where what these two think is so incredibly powerful and strong of a comeback, of a zinger, of a statement. Say, buildings aren't people. Whoa, I never thought of that before. Whoa, you totally changed my mind and my perspective, and you have totally shifted my entire argument in this entire debate and discussion. Well,
Back really quick because
The
I
comma-
actually want to
the comma
address
thing?
that. Is
Well,
that good or
let's
no?
come back to that
Okay.
in a little bit. We do have a couple chats to
Okay.
get through here. We're going to read through a couple of these chats. If you want, give a quick response, please, and then we'll continue on with the conversation. We have about, I think, 10 or so different chats. Gred Neck, thank you for the 50. Appreciate it. I'm pro-life. First of all, woman. Let the man
Woman?
speak. Damn it. Second, Destiny, a hypothetical is something that is a scientific. You guys should probably spell check these before sending it. Things that are unrealistic, like a button saying not going to wake up, is unrealistic and impossible. Gredneck, thank you there for the donation. We have
whoa, what? A button that tells you whether or not someone is alive or not? It's unrealistic? Oh my goodness. Oh my me. I never knew that. It's very clearly one of the fans of these two on the left.
DOS09, thank you, man. HR 1074, if the perpetrator commits the predicate offense with the intent to kill the unborn child, the punishment for that offense is the same as the punishment provided under federal law for intentionally killing or attempting to kill a human being. Explain? By the way, if you want, you can read
Can
them
I-
on the screen here.
Can we go to the coma or because the guy?
Let's do a few more. We got a few more.
Got
Did anybody want to respond to Stir the Sauces? He's saying that
Stir
He's
the
trying to make an argument
sauces.
from legality, but it's a dumb argument because nobody here believes in that. Because if the law right now said that killing a fetus incurred no penalty, obviously they would disagree with the law. If the law says that killing a fetus incurs a penalty of homicide, I would probably disagree with that law. But I mean, like,
Okay.
it's just none of us here are arguing for what's legal or not.
All right, next chat we have Mickey. Hey, thank you for the $69 donation. Thank you. Take turns talking. It's the woman couple choice. Why is it anyone's business who is not going to raise and finance the child have a say? All that is needed to do is provide a safe space for them in order to prevent unnecessary casualty due to self-abortion. Can anybody part?
Self-abortion, as in the self-roping, and not with a rope that you shoot. It's so weird. Like, you can tell you can tell whose fans are which donating here with these comments, because they're intentionally avoiding the actual discussion at hand and just going with, yeah, I don't. This person who super chatted mentioned something about it's not your responsibility. Somebody who can't give birth, something like that. And I was like, that's not even the discussion. The discussion is about at what point is it acceptable to terminate for all the possible conditions and reasons. It's really annoying when when you can't even keep up with the core topic at hand. But I guess the two on the left, if this is how they think, if this is what their platform is like, then it doesn't surprise me that their audience are just as incapable of understanding concepts or sticking to the argument at hand. And I think at the end, I do my little graph, I bring up some other similarities that these two have with some other, what should we call it? Some other discussions and other influencers and other parts of the internets, because it's quite infuriating that that people like these, and even worse, that their audience just buys into their mindset or their arguments wholeheartedly, seemingly without question, or I don't know. I'll do it at the end later.
Parse that.
Going
It's
deeper
a
there.
stupid argument. People that say that it's just a decision between a man and a woman is dumb, because what's being debated here is the life of a child. If you believe it's a child, then it's not just two people that have a say over it. The life of the child ought to be provided
Sure.
some personal negative rights as well. Right?
All right, we have Alvin Sam here. If abortion is murder, should the woman be charged with that and go to jail? Credit to Rolla for this. Lila or Kristen, do you have a response to Alvin's chat here?
I believe that those who commit murder, so the abortionists, those who would be assisting in the abortion, could be tried with a crime. And actually, we've written laws at Students for Life Action that do make committing abortion a criminal offense. We do not believe that a woman should go to jail for abortion because sadly for 50 years in our country we have told women that it's not murder and it's not killing, it's simply a removal of meaningless blobs of tissue that don't have any consciousness yet, which we know is false. And so we actually see her very much as a second victim of the abortion industry that tells her that she can't, that she isn't capable enough, as you know, the argument that Destiny was making earlier, that women somehow aren't capable enough of walking around this earth pregnant without, you know, being locked up or whatever to her potential.
That's not what he was saying. He was trying to go to extremes for where the extreme ultimate endpoint of her argument that and almost every single argument that comes out of her mouth is incredibly disingenuous and bad faith and hyperbolic and not at all what Destiny was saying. These two white women just hate the Cuban woman. That's what's going on here. They're actually racist and misogynist. That's why they hold the what is it? The systemic powers to undermine a woman of color's debating prowess. That's what they're doing.
Miscarriage. We believe that she absolutely has the capacity to achieve her career goals and her educational goals, but sadly Planned Parenthood, the nation's largest abortion vendor and the abortion lobby, has told her something different for the past 50 years.
Hold on, real quick. That's the worst answer ever. If you believe that abortion
Thank
is
you very
murder,
much.
then a woman should be held morally responsible for a conspiracy to commit murder if she goes to an abortion clinic. Full stop. End of discussion. If you think abortion is murder, a woman going to get an abortion would be the same as a woman going to get her 1-year-old child killed. If abortion is murder, it's murder for everybody involved, including the woman.
And I'm more of that position, which is that there's obviously, when it comes to homicide, there's a lot of potentially mitigating factors, full intent, full knowledge, coercion. But I think, yes, if you're willfully and intentionally taking the life of your child, there should be criminal penalties.
Got it. All right, we have Rams here with the Canadian 69. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
69.
Maybe we should take policy back to the age-old normal. To the age-old normal equals babies coming from marriage in society is the norm, and therefore out-of-marriage births will be the exception, and overall less births to consider for the mystery of when a fetus is a...
Oh, he wants to make America great again. That's what it sounds like. He wants to go back in time to the point where marriages were the norm, and non-marriage and children born outside of a marriage are things that only happen in certain cultures, in certain populations.
A human. Okay, Rams, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Did anyone have a response to that? Or David Sina, can you each describe what happens during an abortion, starting with Destiny?
I think it depends on where the development of the fetus is, but I think normally don't they start putting in tools, cutting it up, sucking it out? I think it depends on how far along the development is.
Would you like to go in detail? Because if you are advocating for abortion, I think you should be able to tell us what abortion really is.
My understanding is
Don't just
prior
be like,
to
oh, whatever.
Yeah, so I think generally there's this whole slew of
Okay, let's see how many times we're going to interrupt this when she told him to explain in detail exactly what he understands of the process. I count I'm going to assume at least three instances of interruptions.
I would call them gore porn films, like Saw and stuff, where they have doctors watching beforehand so that when they go in, I think the goal is to inflict the maximum amount of gore and pain on the fetus before they take it out. So the first thing you do is you open the vagina up as much as possible, dilate the cervix.
Here, give us a serious answer.
I think they start with little razors. It depends on how sensitive the baby is to pain, and they start to flay it alive in the womb, and then they pump oxygen so the baby can start crying. And
Why don't you give a serious answer to a serious
because
question?
the argument of what happens on some emotional level, you're totally conceding any
It's not
logical point.
emotional, it's
It
just the
absolutely is.
reality of it.
You're conceding because you're trying to win on some emotionally driven
No,
point.
it's
If you
about
want to
the
morally
reality.
grandstand on it, it's fine. But I'm not here to mince words over oh well, this is what happens to the abortion.
Well, if you support abortion, I think think you should have the balls.
I support
to at
cremation
least
as well,
tell
and cremation
you
would be
what
pretty
happens
bad if
in
I
an
thought that a
abortion.
corpse was a living
person's
person.
dead.
I also support embalming too, and that would also be really brutal
But
if it
that's
was a living
not
person.
a living human.
Yeah, and I don't agree that a fetus is a living human. Welcome to my
wait,
argument
okay,
from like
wait,
2 hours
see,
ago.
Destiny, are they
This goes
dead?
back to the argument that we
If
keep
they're
saying.
not wait, hold on.
You
hold
keep
on.
saying
If
it's
they're not-
consciousness, but you
if
just
they're
said
not
it's
living,
not
are
a
they-
living human
yeah.
being.
Are they dead, Destiny?
It's not a person. It's not
is
a
a fetus
person.
in a womb
That's not
who's
what you
12
said, though.
weeks dead, or is it alive?
It's not a
Dead.
person.
Is it? Wait,
That's
you
not what
just
he said,
said.
though. He
You
said-
just said it wasn't a living human being. So answer
In the
the
sense that
question.
it's not a person. You can try to trap me on semantics, but everybody in the audience knows what I'm saying.
But-
Your
but-
heart is living, but it's
I-
not a person. A
So
fetus
it's-
is
it's
living, but it's not a
alive?
person.
Will
Yeah,
you
of
admit-
course, it's something. Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean,
But you were saying abortion.
Mitosis occurs. There's metabolism happening.
Just-
It's getting external nutrients.
Just
yeah,
to
it's alive,
clarify,
as I'm saying,
just to make sure I'm understanding,
Yes, ma'am.
you were saying that abortion isn't gory the way, or it doesn't matter that abortion is gory the way embalming or cremation might be, because it's not taking the life of a living person. Something, okay? You said human being, but then you changed it to person because you realized
Yeah.
that was bad to say human being because you already agreed that humans start at fertilization. So, but abortion does end the life of something, no?
Yeah.
Does it?
It's terminates some process, metabolistic thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
so does
So it ends
abortion
life.
Yeah.
It-
It's,
it
if
ends
you
life.
consider, yeah, it's a living thing. Yeah.
So is abortion killing?
A thing, something. Yeah.
What does abortion kill?
A fetus.
What is a fetus?
However you want to define it.
a
Something
fetus
that
a human?
contains a
There's a
human gene. It's
scientific
probably on the
definition of
total
fetus.
development of like a human. You start as a zygote, you begin mitosis, and you develop into a fetus, and there's different fetal
So a
stages
fetus
or
is
whatever.
a human.
Aren't you considered a fetus all the way up to like delivery? Technically,
Yeah.
It's like an 8
So
month old.
so a fetus is a human.
Sure, it could be.
So
yeah.
it's correct, not emotionally, but it's correct
You're not- I'm-
literally
I'm
to
telling
say.
you, you're
I'm
not
just gonna
gonna win.
Just ask the question: is it correct literally to say then that abortion kills a human?
No, because you're intuition pumping. Because when you say human,
But
the
you
word
disagree
you're
with
trying
all
to
those
draw.
terms.
Why is
If
she
you
incorrect in
disagree
that
to those
The
statement?
ultimate example of somebody not being confident in their position is to try to win the debate through etymology. You're not going to
No,
win this debate by
Yeah, I was about to say that too. It's like you're going for the most. Oh my! For some reason, it reminded me of the Common Core stuff. It's like you're trying to teach or trying to show the students, young students. I don't know. I think I was luckily out of school by the time, or I guess elementary school, by the time Common Core came around, and so I have no personal experience as a student, but from what I have seen of all of the criticisms and jokes on the internet, it seems as if part of why it's so troubling, especially for parents, is like the examples that they give. It seems like you're trying to go in a very obtuse way to show your work and stuff. But I don't even know if that's how they teach students on a daily basis. I think my inability with firsthand experience there kind of hurts, because it's like you're trying to teach the ultimate end goal of how math solutions should be arrived to. You're trying to teach it for the test, but I don't know that you have to teach the most intricate, excruciatingly detailed thing that builds up to those final showing your work thingies. And so I think the way that I'm reminded of this is that they're trying to only do the ultimate final argument of, well, a fetus is a person, therefore killing a fetus is killing a person, and that's it. That's where the entire argument falls apart, or that's where the entire argument lies for the two on the left. But when this tiny pushes in on the definitions and the specifics about when in the process of a fetus consciousness is considered to be properly or at least moderately developed, they just want to altogether avoid that. They don't want to delve deeper into definitions and the groundwork for. Oh my god, this thing's too full. I'm trying to avoid the groundwork for the different tiers of development of a fetus without even. They just want to like avoid that altogether, which is, I guess it's still, it goes in line with what they've been doing the entire time. But I think that the fact that they always want to avoid it is very telling. It's almost like if they are spooked to try to go into further detail. Fuck, I'm almost out of clothes to fold. What the heck? I thought it'd last longer.
By trying to redefine
You-
words in a
you-
clever
you
manner away
literally
from
just
me.
agreed
If you
that
want to
it was-
pretend that, that's
Yeah.
fine. But like,
That's
you're
enough.
not making any actual like arguments here. What you're trying to say is like, well, do you consider a fetus a human? Sure. Do you consider a baby a human? Yeah. Oh, so you want to protect some humans but not others? I guess.
I'm
So what
actually
about
trying
white
to
humans and black
understand-
humans?
I'm
right?
trying to
No, you're
understand
not
your
trying to understand.
position.
My point has been crystal clear the entire time. I'll restate it for like the 5th time. My point is the conscious experience,
seems like-
whatever you want to call that. If you want to call that when it becomes a human, and before that it's just a fetus. If you want to call that a person or give a person whatever, 20 to 24 weeks. At that 20-week mark is when you get the protections that you're endowed with as a human person under the Constitution of the United States. At 20 weeks. If you want to call the thing before a fetus or a human fetus or a human thing or whatever you want to call it, you can call it whatever you want.
So-
But my position is crystal clear. I've elucidated on it multiple times.
So
If you guys want to respond, go ahead, and then I'm going to get some
Okay.
more chats.
Does abortion
Just to-
kill a human being?
A human being, I probably wouldn't agree to those terms, no.
Well,
but if you want me to say yes to make you feel better, sure.
So it's a little confusing.
Also,
You're
hold
like
on.
all over the map.
I'm
in
not
your
all over the
definition.
map. I'm crystal
we could
clear,
have
but
a
you're trying to
whiteboard
semantically win on a
your
point instead of
circles
having the
you're
actual argument.
drawing.
However,
Yeah.
I'll say this. I can shortcut that whole question. The question is stupid, and
she wants him to draw it out on paint to illustrate his point. I mean, I guess maybe she's more of a visual learner. Maybe that would actually help her to actually understand that there's a timeline, and that's a certain point in the timeline is when his belief shifts between whether or not it is or is not acceptable. And for her, she just wants she wants to lump that entire timeline into the fact that it's called a fetus. Therefore, because that whole entire timeline can be called a fetus, that means that it is killing a child and therefore immoral and should be illegal. But she doesn't want to dissect further into the nitty gritty of what is or is not acceptable at which stage of development. Also, I don't know if it's true, but I did hear from, I think, Richard Lewis, I believe it was him, that the source of nitty gritty is the grime that accumulated between the wooden boards on certain kinds of ships that were involved in certain kinds of triangular trades. And so the nitty gritty is those little, basically like where you put the caulk in the tile walls, those little spots between the tiles. When that gets dirty, that's called the nitty gritty. I'll have to look that up, see if there is supporting evidence for that claim, which I think it makes sense. So we'll have to go see before I get in trouble. Don't ban me, YouTube.
And their point of like saying like, well, look at how bloody it actually is stupid, because I can ask you this question and I don't know the answer. If there was a way to do an abortion on a fetus that was 100% humane, that was 100% pain-free, they just went in and sucked out and instantly deleted it, would you think that that's okay? No,
Absolutely
it doesn't
not.
change your argument
Because
at all.
still
So why
it's
bring up how
still-
gory or whatever,
it's
right? There's
still an
no bearing on
innocent
your argument
human-
whatsoever.
I'm answering your question. It's
Okay.
still an innocent human being.
Sure. I
where
know, I agree.
the
I agree with everything you're saying. I
stronger
understand.
person.
But I'm just saying that, like, so the process of the abortion has nothing to do with the veracity of the argument. So the only reason you bring it up is to win emotional points. That was the whole point of my initial point.
It's actually very important to the abortion argument because as someone who's talked to women who've gone into abortion facilities,
Whoa, she's talked to women? I've never talked to a woman before. Whoa.
or who've been considering abortion, they are actually not fully consented as to what an abortion actually entails. And one of the big challenges that we face in the pro-life movement is actually educating Americans about what an abortion procedure really is. Is it simply a removal of a couple of cells? Is it like removing your appendix or a tooth? Or is it actively ending a human life that has unique genetic code?
So
That's
this
a
is-
lie.
This is where it kind of falls apart, Destiny, in my view. And tell me where I'm wrong here.
Okay, gladly,
Help
yeah.
me understand this. So
Help me fall
you
apart,
we were talking about consciousness, and you were saying that consciousness, the reason that the development of consciousness matters for personhood, and you referenced moral intuition. Okay. but you're very uncomfortable with the moral intuition that might also arise when you consider that abortion is the direct killing, dismemberment, poisoning of a preborn life, human. And so why are you uncomfortable with the moral intuition against killing an innocent preborn life pre-consciousness, but you're comfortable with the moral intuition around consciousness?
Okay, just to clarify, it is innocent, right? Because you said it like 3 times. Hasn't committed any crimes.
correct.
Okay, just making sure. Okay.
Phew.
I'm
Thankfully.
not uncomfortable with any intuitions.
That's good.
That's why I've answered every question.
Thankfully, it's an innocent and not a mass murdering fetus. Thankfully, we're targeting the correct ones. Gotta make sure.
Hypothetical. We can
Except
talk
what
about-
happens during abortion. You didn't answer
You
that.
can,
Well, he was
you can talk about that
uncomfortable
if you
with
want.
it.
I
You were
gave my.
uncomfortable.
So
You
I've
said
known
you
some
answered every
doctors-
question, but you
Well,
wouldn't
go for
actually
it.
answer the question.
I don't know the exact procedure. I described as much as I know about abortion. I'm sure you know every single gory detail. So why don't you share with us?
I was simply
Wait, I
going
would
down
like to really hear about what happens during abortion.
we were going down a path where you said that abortion is killing, and yes, it's a human. But then I said, so you're okay with abortion, an act that kills a human, and you didn't like that. I think your moral intuition told you that doesn't sound right. Because
What
I
doesn't
think
sound right?
that you would support an act that kills an human. That kills a
obviously.
human.
But
Yeah,
we're
but that's
talking
what an
about
abortion is,
different- but
Destiny.
we're
That's
not-
what an abortion
No,
is.
we're talking
But
about different types of
your
intuition here.
cognitive
Moral
dissonance is
intuition
raging
is
right now,
different.
Destiny. It's
It's
raging.
not at all.
It's raging.
My
it's the
position has
dad.
been
It's-
crystal
it's-
clear the
it's the
entire time.
son.
There's
Here,
a
But
reason
your
why I'll contend with
definition
every
is
hypothetical. I'll
not
answer every
tenable.
question, and why you guys are running like crazy from very simple questions.
Well, let's do a couple
I
more
want to talk about
chats.
coma.
Oh, that's it. Okay, that's where he cut it off for the video. Okay, that's perfect timing because now I have my little board ready. Okay, so there's this one moment at the very beginning where where I think it lays out properly why one of my issues with the big one, and it's at the very beginning. Very,
I am joined today by
the very tip. The tiny little baby tippy whippy.
Destiny, famous internet personality, live streamer, and political commentator who will be arguing the pro-choice side. And we have Kristen Hawkins. She's the president of Students for Life of America, a nonprofit pro-life organization. And Lila Rose, she's the founder and president of the pro-life organization Live Action. And we were going to have someone else on Destiny's side, but unfortunately,
Okay.
okay.
Very honest.
Thank you.
Oh,
the
okay.
last
It's right
minute.
there.
So Destiny, this is going to be a 2v1.
Okay, here we go. This is the line where Destiny is very clearly trolling. He is very clearly memeing. He is very clearly making a joke. And I think it's pretty obvious to basically anybody. It should be obvious to anybody in the room. However, she takes it entirely seriously. Like 100% seriously. 2 billion% seriously is how she takes it. And hence the joke is,
I prefer to characterize my position as pro-abortion, not pro-choice. Okay.
Very
prefer-
honest.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very honest.
Thank you.
That's a
Okay.
good clarification. Thank you.
Got it.
that's a very good clarification. Thank you. And I think that the two on the left, they I don't. Okay, let's see. What are my issues with them? Oh, what the heck? That's not a paint here. Let's see. Let's list the things that I dislike about this entire thing. Okay, first of all, interruptions. Let's see. That's one of the biggest thingies. Next, not engaging with hypotheticals, or not even just engage, not even understanding what hypotheticals are. Hypotheticals, or answering questions, refusing to answer questions. Let's put that as well. Refusing to answer questions. It's already been an hour. It's already been 2 hours. Gotta go and stop the water. I'll be right back. Try not to be aborted. 1 second. I believe, based off what I have seen, I believe that the kitties have spotted a mousey in the living room. Earlier, before I started streaming, like right before I started, Patches was by the couch looking toward that corner that I suspected that mouse disappeared to last week. But she's kind of a little, she's getting a little hot and bothered, and so I think her hormones distracted her from that corner. She was like sitting there and just cat staring. She was stare-bearing in that direction. And now, Arby is also sitting there, stare-bearing in that direction. So I suspect he has caught wind of a little miscreant. Also, I got my water because I forgot that earlier. Yummy yummies. Yummy waters. And the other laundry is still drying, so I have a little bit of time here before I have to go do that. Okay, so interruptions, not engaging with hypotheticals, and refusing to answer questions. Let's do verbal diarrhea. That's one of their issues. Let's do disregarding financial incentives. What else did I not like about them? Well, these are a good handful of things to start off with. So let's start with their interruptions. The one on the left, the small one, let's call her, and then the one on the right, we'll call her the big one. The small one needs to learn to shut up and listen. It's a conversation. It's a discussion. It's a debate. I kind of wish that maybe the way that they would learn is if all of the participants of the debate, they're all in the same room. However, they are in a chair. They're all facing the front of the room, wherever the moderator is. So they're in a chair, and they're facing forward. However, they are entirely bound and gagged. They can't move on their own. They have to wait until it is their turn to talk. Like this. They have their headphones on. They have a mic nearby, but it's not connected. But they're also their mouths are taped shut. And so, if they are unable to control themselves, if they are the kinds of people who can't stop their mouths from blabbing, then they will be taped up. And they have to be forced to listen to what somebody else says. It is unfortunate that basically this entire conversation is mired with interruptions because both of the ones on the left, but particularly the small one, she just keeps blabbing and blabbing and blabbing. There's no end. There's no end. It literally never ends. If they didn't stop her, if she's asking the question, she just keeps adding more and more conditions and trying to come up with other semantics, not definitions, other semantics to toss in there. And she just, if nobody stopped her, she would just keep going for like 5 hours straight. First of all, that's not what you want in a debate. Secondly, fuck those people. People, tell them to shut the fuck up. Just close your mouth. Just close your fucking mouth. Every once in a while, just close your mouth. That's it. So if that weren't an issue, then I feel like this might have been a little bit more better. Unfortunately, that is not the reality we live in, and the entire environment, the entire behavior, the entire flavor of this debate was just ruined by this fact. Just mouth always open, sounds always emerging. So that's one thing I really disliked about this. It's so stupid. It makes it so painful. Okay, next. Not engaging with when she fucking said, let's write it down. A machine like that doesn't exist. Whoa, really? I didn't know that. I thought of a magical button that tells us whether or not a comatose person will ever regain consciousness. I thought that was real. Thank you for clarifying that a machine like that doesn't exist. What? There were definitely multiple times. There's this one. There's the buildings. Building versus, let's just call them materials. There was another... I guess in this one, refusing to answer questions, I guess in this one will also include their unwillingness to answer the, let's call it, developmental timeline. And just refuse, like, all they had to do, let's say, let's make a timeline. Here's a line. Here is conception. Here is, let's say, I don't know, let's go by months. I guess typically it's weeks for stuff, right? So let's do 4 weeks, 8 weeks. Let's go all the way up to, let's say, 20 weeks. Let's go to birth. This entire 9-month period here. 9 months. Because during that entire 9-month period, we can call it a fetus. They instantly, and without any further discussion or consideration, because they can call it a fetus, that means it is therefore a human, and therefore, let's do the therefore sign, therefore has all human rights. Instantly extended to, I suppose. And so because of that one word, because throughout that entire 9-month period, we can call it a fetus. I mean, by definition, the inability to want to delve into this entire timeline, this entire period, where different, at which different stages and different parts of what we consider a human basically come online. Because of their inability to want to engage with that at all, I think demonstrates a clear, a clear amount of bad faith that I think we shouldn't let that slide 100%. No. You're gonna turn on my GameCube. No. What's up, buddy? What, you wanna be here? This is my drawing tablet. You can't sit on my tablet. But aside from the fact that at the very beginning she couldn't tell that he was that Destiny was yoking. This, I think, is a very clear indication that they're not capable of participating in a debate of this style, of this type, where we're actually trying to discuss the situation or the facts of the matter. Destiny was definitely correct in pointing out that they were making an appeal to emotion and primarily making an emotional argument because of the disregard for this. Therefore, only, or I guess primarily, emotional appeal, which means it's not fit for genuine discussion. And I think that really fucking hurts them. You know, I consider myself a reluctant pro-choicer, but if I had to pick, I would say I'm pro-life. But these are not the people I would choose to represent the pro-life position. I would want them as far away from the pro-life argument as possible. I don't know. I'm not particularly interested into the debate. I'm not too heavily or fiery about the topic, but I highly doubt that these are the best people to put forward. They, in fact, seem like perhaps the worst people to put forward as your spokespeoples, as your spokeswomen's is. I don't know if I could do a better job, but I would definitely present it better. I would definitely comport myself better. I would definitely engage and actually attempt to genuinely discuss the topic rather than altogether avoid it and just be obnoxious. And that's on, I think I'll put that here with interruptions, because you weren't unable to just shut up and listen, because you kept constantly blabbing forever and ever and ever. You're just fucking obnoxious. Obnoxious is what they were. Do I have... I guess this one goes hand in hand with verbal diarrhea. We'll do that. Verbal diarrhea also included in interruptions. Disregard financial incentives. That one's also important, but that's not in this one. So for verbal diarrhea in conjunction with interruptions, I said earlier that this felt more like a Thanksgiving political talk at the family table, because it reminds me so much of of my parents' just constant bombardment of words, and it's incredibly overbearing / annoying. They just seemed to be constantly repeating themselves over and over again, and not at all. They were like at a standstill since like the first, I don't know, 20, 30, in the first 20 minutes, maybe even the first 10 or 15 minutes, everything was already discussed. They just kept repeating that for like the next, ad nauseum, for like the next entire hour or 2 hours, however long they were there. It's so stupid. Like, you're not getting anywhere. You're not actually extending an invitation to discussion. You're just... It's not circular logic. It's not circular arguments. But the discussion was entirely circular. They went from point... assuming fetus is human, therefore human equals rights, human equals rights, human rights, and then they went back to and then here I guess we'll do disregard opposing argument. Disregard. They disregarded anything that Destiny ever put forth, and then they just went back to their original point of saying a human is a fetus at any point since conception. Even when Destiny tried to... there's this one point I remember exactly, maybe like 3/4 of the way through, when the big one stated that at what point is there a unique DNA that is unlike any other human and like no other human ever will be again. And this Tiny said, yeah, at conception, when the two zygotes meet. When two zygotes? Or is it called a zygote when they're united. I think that's when it is. When they finally unite, I think that's when it's called a zygote. And then she was like, "Aha! See, look, I am correct. That when they meet, when there's conception, that means that it is there for a humans." But he responded directly to the point of unique human individual DNA, and she took that as, "Look, see, I am correct. I am the victor. I have won the entire debate," which is incredibly. Just again, I just have to keep repeating it because that's what they are. They're disingenuous and bad faith. That's just what they were the entire time. And so I think that all of this, the overbearing, obnoxious, annoying bombardment, it was not good at all. It was it was definitely a detriment to their argument. And then lastly, this thingy about disregarding financial incentives. Yeah, they're both what is it, students for life? And I'm not sure what this other one, the small one, I'm not sure what her thingy is, but she is also in some ways a financially incentivized to push forward and never change her position. And so her statement of I don't see why bring that up, rather. Why bring that up? It's not important, which is absolutely important if you're financially incentivized, if your income relies on having a pro-life position, then there's literally no reason for you to change your mind at all. And so all of your arguments will be instantly called into question. On top of the fact that all of your debate performance is just that. It seems like it's just a performance. And all of that, those are basically all of my primary crucial thoughts on this hour and a half of a waste of time. But it was very funny. I did get quite a lot of laughs. I was glad that the majority of it was, I watched it, listened to it off stream, because holy fuck, that would have been such a pain to listen to all the way through. Most of the time I was just like in disbelief, just utter disbelief of why would they send these two? Of all people, why these two? They're just like the worst possible people. Holy Christ. But anyway, yeah, this is why we should all hate women and beat them in Smash Brothers Brawl. Like my tournament, the Sophie Smashers. Sophie Smashers. Smash Bros Ultimate Tourney on Discord. I actually do want to run a Smash Bros tournament. That'd be pretty fun. I'll just do it like for bragging rights. Bragging rights and like a stupid PNG trophy. You've been enrolled in a higher rate at Amazon affiliates. What the heck? Based. Guys, don't forget. Use my Amazon affiliate link so I get more monies, so I can afford to inject my chest with more stuffs to make it more bigger. And then also maybe some other stuff will come out of my chest, some more yummy, delicious gifts. We will see. Ah, jeez. This is why we should return to a time in which America was great, where I think it shows in the way they behave and the way they I feel so bad for their husbands. Holy Christ, dude. It's like literally unreal. But I think it shows that they were raised in a place where everybody where they were extended. What's up, Patches? Where they were extended the absolute extreme what do we call them, elements, the absolute extreme benefits of female privilege, where everybody was always nice to them, nobody ever argued with them, nobody ever disagreed with them, nobody ever told them that they were stupid, nothing like that. Nobody ever actually gave them any pushback as they were growing up. Not in school, not by family, not by partners. And it fucking shows, because just the entire time, they always treated him like he was a kid. Like he had no idea what he was talking about. Like none of his positions were ever researched. Like none of his positions were ever well thought out or reflected upon. They just... fuck. I have too many different angles, like I was saying earlier. Too many different angles of attack where, like, they seem like the kind of people where just by stating their own position, by stating their own argument, they assume you will agree. They assume that you will take that on into your own mind and say, "Oh yeah, you know what? That's true." And then that's it. And that's where the discussion would end. That's sort of what it feels like, having watched through all this. Which is similar to basically, like I was saying, a Thanksgiving family thing, where that just seems like my parents. They just feel like if I just repeat this and say this about religion and about what's right and what's wrong and about sin, then that's it. All you have to do is hear that, and then you'll magically accept that, oh yeah, you know what, this is true. Everything that I thought before, all of my beliefs from before, they're instantly shattered and vaporized and disappear into nothingness, into the void of my empty brain. And I will now replace it with this new thing that I have just now heard from a religious, experienced person. It's like, fuck, dude. I hate that so much. It's like, it's so brainless. Anyway, yeah, that's... It shows that that they lack the ability to actually put forth and or if they... It's one of two things. If they don't lack the ability to do that, then they're just putting on a show for their profession, for their job, for their organization, for their cause. Which of those two is worse for me? Whether A, it's a performance, and you make yourself a fucking retard for the sake of the position, for the sake of whatever you're arguing, or B, you're actually retarded. Which one would I prefer? If I'm actually retarded, or if I pretend to be retarded for my cause? I think I would actually prefer to be retarded than to put forth an argument, a perception of myself and a character of myself that doesn't actually say what I believe. I think that's what I would prefer, to actually be a fucking retard. And so I don't know if these two are actually retards or if they're just being retarded for the sake of argument and for the sake of their cause. Because, like, that's all I have. That's all I have. My character, my reputation, my arguments, that's all I have. I don't know if for them that's worth it to smush that into the little tiny pieces under the rug for the sake of money and the attention that they receive apparently from whoever are their fan base. But I would not. I don't think that's where I would align myself at all. And so yeah, this is my this is my little diagram here. Jeez. Unfortunate, unlucky. Also, I'm getting a little hungry. The unlucky hungry. Let's go ahead and put that away. We are done with the big one and the little one. Fuck. I'm too hungry. Do I get a snack now, or do I start my next thingy? Okay, let me read this article here, which is fucking stupid. I'm pretty sure. And I feel it's a troll, but we'll see. And we will decide afterward. After this article. Although I guess it's more just an opinion piece. 100% sure this is pretty fake. It is published on Medium by Anthony Bernardi. Why waking up early is rooted in white supremacy. The notion of waking up early and starting your day with the rising sun is often associated with productivity, success, and a strong work ethic. However, this seemingly innocuous concept is not without its historical and cultural implications. In this article, we will explore the origins of the early rising narrative and how it is rooted in white supremacy, contributing to the perpetuation of racial inequalities. The origins of early rising ideology. Early rising ideology? There's the trans ideology, then there's the early rising ideology. Two competing factions. I'm going to make an RTS game where they're just all these stupid things called ideologies. The idea that waking up early leads to success and a disciplined life can be traced back to various historical and religious contexts. In the Western world, this belief has been strongly influenced by Protestantism and the Puritan work ethic, which emphasized hard work, diligence, and self-discipline as virtues. Well, I mean, those are good virtues to strive for. This work ethic has long been considered an essential component of the American dream, and the idea that success can be achieved through dedication and effort. Yep, that's true. Only white people have ever needed to use the rising sun for important progress and benefits and productivity in their life. Nobody else in the world, nobody else outside of white people have ever done any kind of agriculture or any kind of astrology. Nope, not a single one. The intersection of early rising and white supremacy. The early rising ideology. Oh my goodness, there's a fucking moth. Why is fuck off? Why is it every time I stream, a fucking moth just comes flying in front of my screen? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? This time I also have super tiny, super small shorts, so he's gonna land on my thighs. What if I squish him with my thighs? Where'd he go, Patches? Where'd he go? Where is he? Where is he? Well, it is almost 11 p.m., so that moth is clearly not an early riser. He is not contributing to white supremacy. Come on, you gotta go. Get on the bed and find that moth. He's a free yummy snacks. Let's see. The early rising ideology is not inherently racist. However, its connections to white supremacy can be seen when examining the broader historical and social contexts. During the era of European colonialism and the Atlantic slave trade... The fucking... Get him! I think she scratched me as she was trying to climb up on my thigh. Fuck. I guess I'll turn on the camera. She's up here, standing on my fucking tablet. Where'd he go? No, that was the mouse. Where'd he go? Look, he's right here. Fuck! Oh my god. Look, he's right behind you. Patches, turn around. Fuck! Oh my goodness, she's gonna fuck up my entire setup. He's on the monitor. Oh, fuck, I missed. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh, he's right there. He's right there. Okay, there we go. There we go. You see him? Like, he's on the camera right here. Right over here. Look, he's right there. Patches, look, it's right here. It's right here. Patches. Here, I got him for you. Look, it's right there. Get him. Eat him. Fuck him up. Eat him. Munchy, munchy. Gonna eat him? Oh. Oh, she's eating him. Or she's biting him at least. It's right here. Ew. Ew. At least. No, wait. Get on my tablet at least. What the heck? Right there, look. Oh my god, she's so blind. She can't see him. He's right here. Eat him. Looks like she's trying to eat him, but oh. Oh, she's munching. She's munching away. Let me put the mic up. Wanna have some munchy noises? Chew into the mic. Chew into the mic. Okay, well, this time she ate the moth. I think because this moth was so much smaller, she was able to eat this one. Okay, that's it. Get off the desk. I got some articles to read. I got some games to play. Okay, at least she did not spill my water or ruin my my camera's position. So we're all good. Phew. Okay, let's see. During the era of European colonialism and the Atlantic slave trade, the concept of hard work and productivity became intertwined with race. Source, bro? The source is I made it the fuck up. Enslaved Africans were forced to work tirelessly from sunrise to sunset, and their white oppressors often used the rhetoric of hard work and discipline to justify their inhumane treatment. I mean, if you're working on a farm, you do need to do hard work. I'm pretty sure that the peasants in feudal Europe also had to do hard work and discipline, regardless of whether or not they felt bad or tired that day. They still had to get up and perform their work on the land to satisfy the taxes of their feudal lords. Let's see. I guess, does this also imply that hard work and discipline can be considered inhumane treatment? Because what the statement is trying to say is that they use the ideas and rhetoric of hard work and discipline to justify the inhumane treatment of the slaves. Which I mean, I suppose if they're trying to conflate the idea in this sentence the way it is on its own, without the rest of the paragraph. They're trying to conflate the ideas of hard work and discipline with the idea of cruelty. Which, no. Bad boy, I see what you're doing. Let's see. This created a false narrative that Africans were inherently lazy and needed the civilizing influence of their white masters to teach them the value of work. Yes, there was no agriculture in Africa before the discovery of the white man. So Africans 100% did not require or rely on the rising sun or anything like that at all before the discovery of white peoples on boats. That's totally what happened, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. Nothing. There's no farming or agriculture along the Nile River. Nope. Mm-mm. Am I going to do that thingy where that one woman said, "Oh, which continent is Egypt on? It's Africa." This stereotype has persisted and continues to be perpetuated in various forms, such as the model minority myth, which suggests that certain racial and ethnic groups are inherently more disciplined and successful than others. I mean, I think culturally we can see that. We can see with our eyes and you don't even need stats, but you can tell. You can tell which groups tend to seem more disciplined and seem more successful than others. I don't think it's really a secret. I'm pretty sure kids could come up with it just by using their eyes. The impact of early rising narrative on racial inequality. How long is this? It's almost done. We're like halfway there. The idea that waking up early is a sign of superior work ethic and a key to success serves to reinforce racial inequalities in several ways. For one, it places the blame for economic disparities on the individual rather than acknowledging the systemic barriers that hinder the success of marginalized communities. By promoting the notion that anyone can achieve success if they simply work hard enough and wake up early, it ignores the structural racism that has created and maintained these inequalities. Furthermore, the early rising narrative perpetuates the stereotype that people of color are lazy or lack discipline, which can have real-world consequences in areas such as employment and education. This stereotype can lead to discrimination in the workplace and contribute to the school-to-prison pipeline, where students of color are disproportionately disciplined and pushed out of the education system. I mean, based off first-hand experience as both a student and a tutor in the New York City public school education system, I don't think any teacher wants to push students out of the education system. I think they want them in the education system, and I think they want them to focus harder and put in a little bit more effort than they have been for quite a while. I can understand the argument being made that systematically that may have happened because of earlier earlier policies where it is now more difficult to encourage young kids whose parents weren't treated equally or well. In that case, it makes sense. However, individual teachers and individual administrators definitely want the best for students, but they're also dog shit. They're also dog shit at trying to achieve their goals, and I think that that's pretty clear based off of the stats in general of grades in. Oh, I saw this one video. There's an article or a video probably. The thumbnail said, the thumbnail and title suggested that a black father has a son who graduated with honors. I believe it's high school, but I'm not entirely sure. And apparently he can't do basic math or read well at like maybe the 4th grade reading level, I assume. I'm not entirely sure, but I want to see if I can find whatever the source for that is, because I think that's quite exemplary of the fact that it's not only the students or parents or families' fault. It's also the schools, the states, and I guess just the culture of education, of public education in New York. That's the issue. This culture of giving up and fuck, that's like a whole entire other different topic. But I have to go through that later. Yeah, I definitely want to find the source, because it looked like from the thumbnail that I saw, it looked like it was a commentator's reaction to a news video on YouTube. So I want to find that for sure. But anyway, let's keep going here. Two more chapters, I guess. Two more subheadings. Challenging the early rising ideology and its racial implications. To dismantle the white supremacist roots of the early rising narrative, it's essential to challenge the idea that waking up early is inherently virtuous and indicative of success. This involves recognizing that productivity and worth are not solely determined by when someone wakes up, but rather by a multitude of factors including access to resources, opportunities, and systemic support. Educating oneself, and others about the historical and social contexts that have shaped the... Hold on a second. Educating them about the early rising narrative? Educating oneself and others about historical and social contexts that have shaped the early rising narrative can help raise awareness about its racial implications. That seems like a stretch. How about you just educate yourself and others about how to succeed? I think educating people about how to succeed will help them succeed, not educating them about the early rising narrative. I don't think that'll help them succeed. I think that'll help them be aware of the fact that there might be some merit to this, but you're wasting their time. If you want black people to succeed, help them succeed by teaching them how to succeed. Don't teach them that life is racist and everything. Include that in there, sure, but that shouldn't be your priority. Should focus on providing them financial education, making sure that they're banked and that they understand their rights as consumers, as individuals, as citizens. That's what you should be doing. Acknowledging the cultural diversity in sleep patterns and work schedules is another important step toward dismantling these harmful stereotypes. Embracing a more inclusive and equitable approach to productivity. Wait. Does it end here? I don't know if this is the end here, because it looks weird. Creating a more inclusive and equitable society involves redefining our understanding of productivity and success. This means recognizing that there are various ways to be productive and that the traditional 9-to-5 work schedule may not be the best fit for everyone. It's crucial to prioritize work-life balance and ensure that employees have the flexibility to work in ways that best suit their needs. And that's it. That's the end. There's no period at the end of best suits their needs. That's it. It just stops there. Because of the lack of citations, of links to papers, of any notions or indications of doctors who studied this, or sociologists or anthropologists, this just reads like it almost reads like something that I would have written in middle school the night before an assignment was due, and I just had to get something out there. That's what this reads like, due to the lack of citations and stuff. This was written on March 18th. Yeah, you're not gonna win me over by not providing any sources. That's for sure. Aside from the fact that I am fairly certain that almost every group of people, all peoples, all cultures who are alive today, except for maybe those few islanders where they don't like any visitors, those super remote islanders. Aside from those, I'm pretty sure that almost all peoples alive today have had to rely on early rising in order to successfully maintain crops and maintain their population. Let's just say that as my single argument to counter this entire thing. And I think that is satisfactory enough to put all of this into question. Nya-uwu. Nya-uwu. Okay, I'm getting a little hungry, so I will go get some food. But I think I am done with laundry. I don't even know if the rest is going to be done in time, in a timely manner, if it'll be done drying. I do also need to do my nails. One of my nails barked. Look. Pull up the camera. Look at my nail. It It's a straight line right there. It's supposed to be an oval shape, but it's a straight line. It snapped it. I don't even know what it was. I think it was I don't know. I didn't know. You can tell which one it is that's worked. No. We can make this smaller now as well. Fuck. Just more smaller. Yeah, okay. I will get a snacks and then we'll see what we get. What we can find afterward. So, be right back. Try not to wake up too early. Or you might become racist. people. Sir, finishing this Big Mac. Sir, giving the Covenant back their bomb. I am almost 100 million billion Brazilian percent that there's a mousies in the living room based off how Arby is sitting there waiting, basically staring at the same spot. He's moving around from spot to spot to get a better angle, but he's basically staring at the same spot, so I'm fairly certain. The problem is I don't think Patches will be able to follow through because she's more interested in RB moving because she's more familiar with the fact that RB isn't a live thing and he moves around and his tail moves around and stuff. And she doesn't really interact with many other living creatures that are small other than occasionally bugs like that moth and that other one time. The previous time, that other mouse. I assume it's the same mouse actually, but we'll have to see. I don't think Patches is even aware. If she were to hang out over there in the living room as well, I do not believe that if Arby goes chasing for the mouse, that she will also go chasing for the mouse. I think she's just gonna chase Arby. Okay. I guess we will listen to something while I munch on my yummy foods. Let's see. Is this here what I think it is? It's a video. A link to a video, and I didn't put a title. I assume it is the Matt Walsh and Dr. Peterson discussion. It's been removed. No, it probably was this video. Fuck, dude. I wanted to cringe at that one so hard. This video has been removed for violating YouTube's policy on hate speech. Learn more about combating hate speech in your country. Hate speech is free speech in America. You're a fucking American company. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You're taking away my fucking content that I want to listen to. Now I'll never know. I'll never know how to argue against it because I don't know what they said. I assume there is probably an alternative on one of those other sites. Let's see. Fuck, I think I linked it somewhere. Oh, fuck, Discord is on streamer mode. Let's do Matt Walsh and Dr. Peterson. June 2nd, 2023, conservatives need to ditch Matt Walsh. What? I don't know if I want to. I'll save this for later. I'll go ahead and check out which channel it's from at a later date before I watch this. Oh, here we go. PF Young, conservatives need to ditch Matt Walsh. This is weak. Matt Walsh and Jordan Peterson discuss trans issues, and Walsh proves himself once again to be increasingly useless in the fight. And then I don't know. That's all that it gives me in the preview. I suppose then I suppose I can't actually listen to it now that I think about it, because if the video itself was removed, then if I listen to it, the entire stream is gonna collapse. Fuck. Now what do I listen to? Unfortunate AF. I think this is an article. Yeah, this is an article I also want to read, but I don't want to read right now. Fuck, I guess the only thing left is some big feats. Fuck, dude, I wanted to listen to that one so badly. Now, look, YouTube is preventing me from criticizing and making comedic remarks about these two buffoons. They're literally stealing content away from me. Why does YouTube hate strong, independent women who don't need no man? Jeez. I don't really want to do anything political while eating, I suppose. Let's do a grunted like a gorilla. I think there was an... Wait, I have one on my... I have one saved on a tab in my phone. But I think it was called like Don't Stop Driving or something like that. Let's see if I can click on that on my phone, and then on the computer, I'll just click history. Oh, here we go. Do not pull over. Okay. History, it should be, there we go. Do not pull over.
Small little wooded and support the show. Should be a great show tonight. If you've had an encounter and you'd like to be on the show, shoot me an email. My email address is wes@sasquatchchronicles.com. And if you get a chance, check out sasquatchchronicles.com. You can get some merchandise for Christmas coming up. I know a bunch of merchandise just came in. And if you want to sign up for a membership, you can get additional shows. On Friday nights, I do the shows for the members, and so I hope you can come and join us. Regardless of that, I really appreciate you guys listening to the show. You guys have made Sasquatch Chronicles. As they come up on 500 shows, I reflect back on everything, and I'm kind of surprised I'm still here, to be honest with you. But I really appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to the show.
He's surprised that he's still here because he's expecting the feds and the men in black to come and take him for revealing the truth. He knows.
Show and support the show. It means more to me than, I mean, I should probably say it more than I do, but it really means the world to me. So thank you guys so much for taking the time to listen to the show, talking to your friends about the show. It means the world to me because a lot of work does go into the show. I know it sounds like it doesn't, but believe me, a lot of work goes into this show. Anyway, I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. I'm going to be back next week, but just in case I don't say it, I want to wish you guys a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you guys a Happy New Year. Whatever dreams you have, whatever wishes you have, I hope it all comes true for you. Thank you guys again for being here. Let's jump into it tonight. I want to welcome Jim to the show. Jim, thanks for coming on.
Hey, I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, I'm happy to have you on, Jim. I really appreciate being here again. And I know we're going to talk about a couple encounters tonight. I know the first one actually happened in Oklahoma. If you would you just kind of start from the beginning? Tell us what you were doing and what happened.
Well, oddly enough, it was about a mile and a half from my house, and you got to understand, the little town that I live in, it's basically like a modern-day Mayberry. The only thing we're missing is Sheriff Andy. Anyway, my wife has a little Chihuahua dog, sort of a little Chiweenie anyway, and she went into heat, and she got out of the house one night and just took off. And my wife is attached to this dog to the point to where if anything happens to this dog, you know, kids or not, I'm a dead man. So, that in mind, I took off after the dog in my pickup. Well, where the football field is from our house is, like I said, about a good mile and a half away, and it's off out in a small little wooded area off the backside of a residential neighborhood. And I got off on the back side of the ball field there on this itty bitty little 1-lane paved road. And, nature calls as it does, so I figured, hey, we'll stop and take a leak. So I pulled over on the side, trying to get as far off the side of this road as I could, just in case somebody passed by. And I opened up my door, got out, handled what I needed to handle. And I kept hearing something off out in the brush while I was there, just on the other side of my truck. And that's when things started to get kind of weird. I never had any kind of indication that there was anything there. I mean, it sounded like a squirrel rustling around, just digging for nuts and berries off out the brush or something. So I never really paid it too much mind, but it started smelling like I had a skunk at the back end of my pickup. So I kind of figured, all right, well, I don't want to get sprayed. It's the middle of the night. That's just something I don't want to deal with. So I got back in the truck, and as soon as I got back in the truck and closed my door, I hadn't even got a chance to get my hand on the shift selector to get my pickup in gear yet. And it felt like the ass end of my truck just got tagged by a vehicle. It felt like I had just got rear-ended. And I look up in my rear view, and I can see the silhouette of something in my tail lights, probably about a good 6.5, 7 foot tall, just standing there. Well, I kind of figured, all right, there's somebody back there. And then I heard the damn thing yell. Well, it was more of a scream anyway. At that point in time, I didn't know what I had a hold of. So I let fear overtake me. Instead of investigating it like a smart person, I took off.
Yeah, I would too. I would too. And did you ever get a look at it? Was it more or less just a silhouette? Is that all you were able to see?
This is why I always take my gun with me when I go pee-pee. You never know when the big feet is going to break into the Home Depot bathrooms as you're taking leaks. Always gotta be prepared. Every single time. You heard it here first. Take your necessary precautions against any and all cryptids.
It was basically just a silhouette. It looked like a really tall, honestly, it looked like an NFL linebacker in a fur coat.
Yeah, that's interesting. I almost wonder sometimes if you get out because you were peeing, it was kind of giving you a bump or a nudge or, it stepped out of the woods. That's fascinating. I don't think a person would have done that. I don't think a person would have got out and bumped someone. You just don't do that, especially not only in the South. You just don't do that anywhere. It's a good way to get shot.
Well, not only that, it kind of took me by surprise because the closest house to where I was parked at when this happened was about a good 2 or 3 blocks away anyway.
What did you think it was at the time, Jim? What did you think actually hit your truck?
When it first happened, quite truthfully, it felt like I had just been rear-ended at low speed. And my first thought was somebody's out here playing on an ATV. Because, it didn't hit like it was a full-size vehicle. It just felt like somebody nudged me with a four-wheeler or something. But, after seeing the silhouette of what I saw, honestly, it made sense about the size of that nudge versus the size of it, because I can see where something that size could move that truck like it did. Because it felt like he scooted me up a few inches.
Makes you wonder if it was an accident, if it was a way to get you out, or if it was just a way to make you leave. What's your impression?
Honestly, if I had to guess, especially with the way it screamed, I think it was trying to tell me, hey, son, you don't need to be here. Move on down the road.
Yeah, that's a fascinating account. Did you go home and tell your wife, or did you tell anyone about what actually took place? I was out there and something screamed at me, then bumped the car.
Well, I'll put it to you like this. My mother is the one who turned me on to your show. And as long as she's been listening to you and quite a few others, she's only about an episode or two shy of being an expert herself. She was the first person I told about just as soon as.
That's gonna be me. I'm gonna be the mother who tells all my kids to watch The Big Feet Show and to listen to Sasquatch Chronicles. Literally, actually me.
It happened, and it took an act of Congress to keep her from going out and getting a truck because she wanted me to take her back out to where that happened at. She's never had an encounter herself, and for her, that was an opportunity that I wasn't going to let her take.
Yeah, she sounds
But
like
I
a tough lady.
explained it to her and told her what happened. She started giving me listening and reading material like I had, like I had just told the doctor that, I had ED or something. Here's all the facts. So that's where my knowledge of it all kind of started, was with that right there, and that's where I actually got introduced to your show and everything after that particular incident took place. Honestly, the more I've looked into it and the more information I've listened to and the more information I've read, honestly, it really makes sense, and it's kind of scary to think that I was that close as well.
Yeah, it is. It is scary. What's Mom's name?
My mom's name is Karen.
Karen, thanks for listening. Say hi to Mom. Give her a shout out. It's true. It's true, Jim. I mean, it amazes me. I have people who've been listening for a long time. I almost feel like they're more intelligent than Bigfoot researchers. I mean, they just have a different mindset because they've heard so many encounters, they've heard so many descriptions, they've heard so much behavior that it's kind of odd. People who call themselves Bigfoot researchers, I don't think have that that much information or that much knowledge. I'm sure a lot of them listen to the show, but tell me about your second encounter. Where were you at and what happened? I know you're a truck driver, but was the second encounter involving the truck?
My second encounter was involving my pickup as well, actually.
Okay.
And my second encounter wasn't actually a Sasquatch encounter. This one was not far from where we live, right outside of the town of Pauls Valley, Oklahoma, out at the city lake. We had taken our infant daughter, my wife and I, and my brother-in-law had went out there to meet up with our in-laws. They were out at the campgrounds with their camper, fishing, having a good time. Well, we went out there that evening to go and pick my daughter up, who had spent the day with my mother-in-law and my father-in-law out at the lake. And we got there, I guess, about an hour or so after dark, and it was on I believe, a Saturday. But anyways, we got out there, and we spent, I guess, about an hour or so just goofing off, saying hello, visiting and whatnot, And my wife's grandparents were out there as well, so that's actually the reason why we stayed as long as we did. But anywhoozers, everything started to gear down, so, the wife had me take the baby in my pickup with me, and they followed behind me in my brother-in-law's Jeep when we left, and I went ahead and I left out a little bit before they did. And my wife was driving my brother-in-law because that poor thing, shoot, I've never seen anybody that drunk still able to stand. I mean, it was pitiful. But anyways, I left out, I guess, about a good 2 minutes ahead of them, and I headed on back toward Pauls Valley, headed home. And there on Pauls Valley Lake Road, I had a silhouette of something up ahead of me, and honestly, it looked kind of like it's kind of like a wolf or a coyote at first. And then the closer I got, it stood up on just its two hind legs. And it wasn't no small creature. I mean, it stood up, I guess, good 6 foot or so. I mean, I'm 6'3", and it looked like if I was standing eye to eye with it, it could have very easily looked me square in the eyes, flat-footed. I'm just cruising along about 35 miles an hour, trying to figure out what in the hell exactly am I looking at in my headlights. Of course, the baby's in the back seat, cooling her little head off, just having a good time. And I finally get to the point to where I realize that what I'm looking at is not my eyesight or my brain playing tricks with me. This thing's actually standing there. And so I swerved it. When I swerved it to go around, it lurched out and tried to grab a hold of my tailgate as I come past. And I freaked out. I floored it. And, you know, the speed limit on that road, because of how winding and curvy it is in the first place, is 25 miles an hour. By the time I reached the stop sign at the end, I was doing almost 90 with an infant in my back seat on a road I should have never been going that fast on. Well, of course, my wife and them are behind me. They saw my tail lights disappear. They never did see the creature. It had done flew the coop by the time my tail lights topped that next
Not
hill.
me.
So, of course, they're calling, wanting to know what's going on, why are you flying? I never even answered it, which is unusual because anytime my wife calls, I'll wake up for her ringtone. Well,
He was so spooked, he didn't even answer his wife's call. What?
I made it back into Paul's Valley. They finally flagged me down at a convenience store and wanted to know what was going on because my wife said it looked like I had seen a ghost. She said, I ain't never seen you look this nervous or this scared before. She said, you going to have to tell me what's going on. What happened? Did the baby choke or what? So I finally told her, I said, honey, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. And she said, honey, you've got to tell me something. So I just broke down and went ahead and told her the truth about what I had seen and what had happened. And come to find out, she knew, she called it by name, an Indian name that they have there in Oklahoma for it, and I forget exactly what name she called it by, but apparently it's something that she herself and her brother and other members of her family had all seen before themselves, so I wasn't exactly crazy as far as she was concerned. But I told her exactly what had happened and how it had lurched out at the truck like it done, like it was trying to grab a hold and hitch a ride or something, or whatever it was trying to do. And she told me, she said, yes, she said, we won't be going back out there anymore. And that was here this past summer. I won't even go down the road that the lake road's off of anymore after seeing that.
Yeah, and so when you said it stood up, it looked more like a wolf?
The way that it stood up, you know, like I said, you know, he was down the road a good little ways. I'd say about an eighth of a mile from me. Whenever he first stepped out, he was on all fours. And, I mean, it looked like a coyote or a wolf or something like that. But when it stood up...
He said coyote or wolf. And my brain heard it looked like a coyote. Oh my goodness.
It looked like a person with the head of a wolf.
We gotta go back and catch that.
Stood up. You know, like I said, you know, he was down the road a good little ways. I'd say about an eighth of a mile from me. Whenever he first stepped out, he was on all fours. And, I mean, it looked like a coyote or a wolf or something like that. But when it stood up,
coyote.
It looked like a person with the head of a wolf. I mean, you had them, you know, just these pointed, almost German Shepherd-like ears and this long snout that just come to a point. It looked like if you took a drug dog, snipped its head off, and put it on the shoulders of a person.
Yeah, it's bizarre. A lot of people see that. You know, it's, I guess, what they would call in the Bigfoot world the dog man. But a lot of people see it. I've had cops. I had a cop almost hit one. And he said it was exactly how you're describing it. He said it had the head of like a German Shepherd or wolf and it had a man's body. And it ran across in front of his patrol car. And he almost hit it. He had to swerve. He almost crashed trying to avoid it. And as he came to a screeching halt, he looked back and this thing was looking right at him. And it, you know, and they're known to be aggressive like that. That's strange, it reaching out trying to grab your back bumper. Because you know it's not going
I
to
ain't
stop
gonna
your
lie.
car. You know what I mean? Even going 25
Oh
miles an
no.
hour, I don't think it's going to stop your car.
I ain't gonna lie. You just look
I
on
don't
its face
know.
and
If it's a spooky monster, then we don't know what kind of magical properties. What if they have like super strength? He could probably stop your car if you really wanted to. I'm not gonna be the I will not be the volunteer to try to find out how much strength this type of creature has and whether or not it is enough to stop a car. I don't want to figure out what speed it is, but all I know is that I'm gonna be pushing the metal all the way down. Push the pedal, no, the metal to the pedal. That's what I'm gonna be doing.
that was the devil in it. What that was.
When you say that, what do you mean? Like, what kind of a look did it have? I mean, was it...
Evil. Like it had no good intentions whatsoever.
Well, before we go on, I want to ask you, Jim, because you got to look at this thing. What do you think that they are? What do you think that that creature is? I realize it's speculation, but in your own personal opinion, what do you think that that thing is?
A hellhound, if you want my honest opinion. Pure and simple, a hellhound.
Never heard anyone call
So
it a
more of a
hellhound.
demonic entity? Is that what you mean when you say hellhound?
I guess that makes
You have
sense
to
too,
forgive
though.
me.
That's the closest thing I can come up with to anything logical for it is just a demonic entity.
And it appeared physical, though, because you tried to even avoid hitting it. I mean, you tried swerving around it. So it wasn't like a ghost for the audience listening.
No, I mean, it was physically, tangibly there. I mean, it just, I watched it walk out of the woods at first. Like I said, I thought it was a coyote. But when it stood up, it's, like I said, at first, you know, whenever I first saw it stand up, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I figured, well, you know, I probably need some sleep because my mind's telling me stuff here that really ain't. Until I got up close enough and had to leave skid marks getting around it. And that's when it finally hit me that, no, that's real.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by those encounters. I really am. I know they're terrifying. And to be honest with you, I don't blame you for not going back down that road. I think if you and I switched spots, I don't think I would drive down that road anymore. Because those things are terrifying. I mean, they're more terrifying than Sasquatch. And they tend to be 1,000 times more aggressive in most reports.
I mean, if I had a weapon with me when that happened, oh yeah, I definitely would have tried to have shot it because there ain't nothing friendly about that creature whatsoever. I mean, the way that it lurched out and the way it had tried to basically attach itself to my truck, I mean, it was on the attack. I mean, it felt like I was being targeted for ill intention, and it didn't care that it was a vehicle or not.
Let me ask you, before we go on to your third encounter, what did your wife say about it? I mean, she said she had encountered it and her brothers had encountered it. Was it something on a property or?
It's something they have come across out in the woods around that lake before. It's something they've had out on their properties before. And quite honestly, she told me, she said, anytime you see it, she said, the best thing you can do, get away from it, put as much distance between it and you as you possibly can. Oh, she told me straight up, she said they'll attack anything they can.
Yeah, it's just bizarre that that thing's out there. And like I said, I've talked to so many witnesses that have seen it, but cops. I mean, like I said, whose word are you going to take? I got a state patrol guy that almost hit one with his rig. And I asked him, I said, what do you think it was? And he goes, it was a half man, half dog.
Never trust a cop. All cops are liars. Especially when they're at court.
Or half man, half wolf. And he kept saying it was a werewolf. And, you know, what do you make of that when you see something like that? That's terrifying. That's really terrifying, especially with your baby in the back, man. I don't blame you for doing 90 down that road. I would have done the same thing.
The bad part about it is I come out of law enforcement myself before I got into driving big rigs for a living. And I've seen things in law enforcement that, you know, I'm pretty sure, you know, other law enforcement officers listening could attest to. You know, I've seen things that would blow you mind, but that was a first and hopefully a last for me. I've been tangled up in shootouts, fatal car accidents with bodies turned inside out, and I would rather endure any of that again than come face to face with that creature.
Yeah, and that says a lot. That says a lot. I know a lot of cops see a lot of things. They probably wish it. Same with firefighters. You guys see a lot of things that you probably can never forget. And it says a lot when you run into that and you're like, the worst I've ever seen as a cop. I'd rather go back and see that than this thing again. And it is terrifying. You know, I had a lady on one time. Her nephew was a cop. I don't know if you heard that show or not, Jim, but he had encountered it. He'd pulled these guys over, and in Spanish they started, in Spanish they started saying wolf, lobo, lobo, and he was pulling them over for speeding. Well, they grabbed their driver's license and they took off. He looks back, this thing's coming out of the woods. It's standing up on two legs, and he describes it as a wolf man, and he shot it 3 times, and it didn't kill it. And according to his aunt said her nephew said that he knows for a fact he hit it 3 times, and every time he was out in his car patrolling that area, he started becoming, well, I don't even know if paranoid's the right word, but almost paranoid. He kept telling his aunt it's following him, it's following him, it's following him. And it's a tragic story. He ended up drinking himself to death. But I guess after that encounter, he became a completely different person. You know, he started drinking heavily, wasn't showing up to work, didn't want to go back out. He wasn't patrolling the area he's supposed to be patrolling. He'd just sit in his patrol car. He refused to start going down that road anymore. And it's tragic, you know, when someone doesn't believe you, you know, you start drinking, and my heart breaks for him, you know, for the whole situation he had to endure. But they're out there, and you can run into them. I've talked to many, many witnesses that have seen what you saw. Many.
Hey, Wes, I ain't gonna lie. When I finally got home, I did 2 things before I sat down and started drinking. I hung up my keys, and I put my daughter in her crib after she fell asleep, and I started drinking. I went and grabbed my bottle of whiskey, and I was like, you know, I'm going to drink this memory bye-bye if I can. Now,
See, there's the problem. What you gotta do is you gotta do the good old prayer. The good old... In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, and then say, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. That's what you gotta do. If it's actually a demonic spirit, why not do that? See, you have to do that before you drink the blood of Christ. It's part of the ritual. See, like, this is why I haven't been attacked yet. And if I ever am, then I know the words. I know the words of Christ to defend myself against such demonic creatures, such demonic entities.
granted, I fell asleep before that happened and realized when I woke up
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, is he gonna say? Is he gonna say that he prayed?
next morning I can't be drinking like that. But that was my first thought was, you know, if I can drown this thought process away, that's exactly what I'm going to do because I don't want to remember this.
Yeah. And, I mean, I can't fault you for that. That'd probably be my first move, you know, trying to just drink it away, make it go away. But it never really, you never forget it. It never goes away. It doesn't matter how much you drink, it never goes away. I'm curious about your third encounter. This is in Oklahoma too as well?
No, this one was actually right off of Interstate 65 in Indiana.
Okay. Well, if you would, tell us what you were doing and what happened.
So I'm cruising along northbound on Interstate 65, headed up to Chicago, going up there to deliver a load.
Deliver a load.
My
Share the load.
Qualcomm tablet in his truck started going off. Dispatch was telling me that according to all their computers and all their computer wisdom, that my temperature
All their computer wisdom.
setting on my refrigerated trailer was out of range for the product I was hauling. Well, I can't actually read those messages while I'm driving, so I didn't find any. I didn't find out what those were till after I got stopped. But dispatch actually called me. And they told me what was going on, told me what the messages were all about, and asked me if I could pull off on the side of the road, go check to make sure everything was kosher. So I was like, yeah, I can do that. And it's something I've done, shoot, I know 1,000 times before. I just found an exit ramp there on the side of the highway, and I pulled off, shut the truck down, got out, went back there to go check. And where I was, I can't tell you any kind of town name or anything like that of exactly where I was. I don't even remember the exit number I pulled off on, but it's surrounded by nothing but farmland. I mean, nothing for miles, literally. So get off the side of the highway there on that exit ramp on the shoulder. I killed the motor on the truck. I got out. I guess it was about, I want to say about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. So I get out, get back to my trailer, and I start doing diagnostic on my refrigeration unit. 'Cause, I mean, it was showing me that it was within temperature range, but still, you know, you want to make sure that you're not missing anything either. So I start running diagnostics on that unit, and I started noticing this musky smell. I mean, it smelled
It's like
awful
Elon
close
Musk.
to stale urine with kind of a skunky hint, you know?
Ew.
And I started noticing I could hear something breathing.
It's a homeless person.
And so I reached into the side box on the back of my cab, flipped that lid open, and I reached in, switched that toggle switch in there on to turn the LED work lights on the back of my cab on. And I saw this head coming toward me, leaning in, and realized this ain't no ordinary animal. I was less than 3 feet away from a Bigfoot, standing, I know, about 7 foot tall. I'm 6'3", and I was looking up at this thing. And he's just kind of got this curious look about him. I wouldn't say menacing or anything like it.
Curious. Very curious.
Yeah, just more inquisitive. Well, I froze in place because, I mean, I've had that one
It's a spooky footsteps. It's you. You're the one who snuck up. Hello, creepy lunatic. When did you get in here?
run in before, but I've never been this close. I mean, this thing was close enough to me in proximity. If it wanted to reach across the deck of my truck,
Maybe it's appropriate that you're called creepy lunatic if you're the one with the footsteps. You're the one who's walking up on this guy.
and grab me up, I'm just Raggedy Ann at that point. You know, play with me as you will. But he just kind of stood there and stared at me, you know, just like he was trying to figure out something.
He's stare-bearing. The Bigfoot is stare-bearing.
Like he was piecing all the puzzle pieces together, so to speak. About that point, my refrigeration unit kicked on that trailer. And, of course, it's run by a diesel engine. Well, it scared the hell out of me to the point that when it kicked on, it scared me bad enough. I tried to run and lost a shoe. Tripped me up, and I turned over about the time that it took the back of its hand and slapped that unit. And I don't mean no little love tap either. I mean, it busted.
To go home. The traffic. Well, at least you didn't have to stop in traffic like this guy in the middle of nowhere and then get spooked by a spooky monster. So, if there's traffic, then I guess that means that there are enough people around that a Bigfoot is not going to show up and try to slap your car and say, "This baby can hold super loud refrigeration."
Did fiberglass on it. And then took off running. I mean, and the power behind this thing when it took off running, you could feel the ground tremor underneath you every time that the feet of this thing hit the ground.
The feet.
And just took off out through this field. Disappeared just as fast as it showed up. Well, I got back in the truck at that point, fired it up, didn't even close my side box. I left it open and my work lights on. I didn't stop till I was on the opposite side of Chicago at that point.
When it stepped out, Jim, was it, so it must have been just a few feet from you.
Oh no. He should have kept going past Chicago. The big feet's gonna chase you all the way. You gotta get all the way to Arizona. Then you'll be safe from the big feets. thanks for the prayers for Maria and for Chiefs.
You, because it slapped the box.
The distance between where I was standing and where it was standing was less than 4 feet. The only thing that separated me and it were the frame rails on the back of the back.
Also, you may want to go to the YouTubes because I don't know if I will be staying on Twitch. So if you still wanna listen to more spooky stories, then definitely head over to grab this link. Oh, what the heck? And check out the YouTube's one. It's basically the exact same stream. But yeah, if you wanna do
Back of this truck.
keep following, check there. Because I think my days on Twitch are numbered. Probably.
He was standing right over my drive tires. Had its head poked in between the back of my sleeper cab and the front of my trailer. I mean, he was right there.
Can you describe for the audience what you saw?
Well, I didn't get a good look at the body. Of course, he was outside of the view of the LED lights on the back of my cab. All I got was from the shoulders, or the top of the shoulders up. And as wide and broad as those shoulders were, I only got the right-hand shoulder at the top of it where he leaned in past the fairing on the back of my cab. But that head, it was oblong, and his eyes were just...
Oh, hey, at Emotes, when did you get in here? Thank you for the 350 months.
piercing, you know?
Just trying not to get
Big,
spooked
piercing brown eyes.
by the spooky stories.
And even in those LEDs, I was expecting to at least see it glow, but no, you got the full view of the eyes, just big brown eyes. Kind of narrow, close together, you know? And to describe the skin on the face where the, you know, where the hair around the sides wasn't, it honestly looked like somebody had taken a black Italian leather glove and just formed the face out of it.
I was thinking, like, what? Where's he going with this? An Italian? He brought an Italian. Black, I don't know what that is. Black Italian what, leather?
Sides wasn't. It honestly looked like somebody had taken a black Italian leather glove and just formed the face out of it. And the nose was definitely pronounced, but it was kind of flat, smushed, like a little kid pressing their nose up against a piece of glass, almost like that of a gorilla.
Like a monkey.
And as far as ears go, there was so much fur on that head, I couldn't tell if he had any or not. But I thought it was kind of strange because the look he was giving me, like I said, it was more inquisitive than anything, like he was curious, but he was grinning. Not necessarily showing teeth, but grinning. I mean, it looked like a person with Down syndrome that was happy to see you. Not to put too fine a point on it.
That's bizarre, isn't it? Almost makes you... It sounds like he was just curious on what you were doing.
That actually sounds like a funny description. A person with Down syndrome who's happy to see you. He found the autistic Big Feet. You want me to ban you doing my nails? Wow, what a troll. Hold, I guess getting off this older nail polish also counts as doing my nails. What the heck? 10-minute timer on banning the nails. Let me finish this one. And then we'll see what we do. Okay, 10-minute break on doing the nails. Now what do I do?
And I don't blame you for... Thank God that engine kicked on, scared him off, you know what I mean? I can imagine that engine kicking on and scaring both of you guys, or you and whatever they are.
I can't lie to you. Honestly, my mother and I talking about it. She was the first person I spoke to about it, and I kind of. I kind of think my mother and my theory we've come up with would definitely be the rest of the explanation behind exactly why it approached me the way it did. And with the load I was hauling at the time, I'd picked up a load from Kellogg's, and it was a load of Rice Krispie treats going to a grocery store chain.
Okay, so what I could do for 10 minutes, I gotta get a timer. Get a countdown timer. Countdown timer. Let's do 10 minutes. Okay, there's the timer. Once I kill this right there. I do have a couple of dreams I gotta tell. So maybe I'll do that for 10 minutes. I had a school dream. 2 days ago, I think. But I don't know if I remember it super clearly. Let's see. I had a dream like last week, I think, at this point that I wanted to draw, but I forgot. I forgot to streamings. Let's grab this. Let's grab. What's that? What happened over there? I think RP may be chasing the mouse. Let me go check real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, no, RB did not find the mouse. I don't know, it's weird. The Patches was like looking over in the direction of the living room for some reason. So I thought that might have meant RB was running around in there trying to kill the mousey, but that was not the case. Okay, let's do dreams. Dreams is... the first dream I had last week, the older dream that I wanted to tell, it's not a particularly difficult or complicated dream. It was like evening or so, like the sun was setting and the sky was like a darkish purplish, but it was still had enough light that you could see pretty well without the need of streetlights and stuff. And I was heading, I think, southbound. So here's the streets, the sidewalks, and here is the roads. I was walking down this way, and I believe there were at least 2, maybe as many as 4 individuals hanging out over here. It's like a sort of courtyard to like a bank or something. So typically in New York, the building is right up to the sidewalk with like maybe a couple inches or 1 or 2 feet of space between the sidewalk and the where the building begins, or like a little fencing area, a little fenced in area. In this case though, the courtyard is quite a bit bigger. I think there's a nice example I can find on Google Maps. Oh my god. I hate it when browsers try to force updates. Like, I don't fucking care about your updates. Just let me use a fucking browser. Phew. Okay, kill this. No. Kill this. Fuck this. Okay, so the area I was walking down reminded me of, it was like 2nd Avenue? Yeah, 2nd Avenue. Like over here. I believe this is the area here. So here, or this, I think it's this corner. No, earlier. It's further up this way. I think it sent me way further south than I wanted. Almost there. The next street. Kind of like this. So it reminded me of like this kind of courtyard here. Except that it was more like a building like this, kind of like a banking building, sort of. This type of courtyard is like an open area. There's no benches on this side. I think they added these benches since I like last walked by here, which would have been over 10 years ago. If not like this, and there's on the other corner here, there's another building sort of like that. Like a courtyard. It's like a bank with a courtyard sort of thing. Like this. Wait. Okay, like I've always hated this. Always hated this about New York. There's a Chase Bank right here. Right? And then just a couple feet over in this direction. Literally another one. It's 2 corners in a row of a Chase Bank. Why the fuck do they do this? It's literally a fucking waste of space. It's incentivizing people to not walk. This happens with Chase Banks. This happens with Starbucks. This happens with McDonald's. It's absolutely infuriating. How about you take that money and give it to your tellers instead of having another location? Cringe. Anyway, okay. So I was walking south. It was a darkish kind of nighttime. So I was walking like through this sort of area here, next to these buildings. Some nice trees. It seemed like a nice spring summer day where I just had like t-shirts. We're almost done here with our pause on doing nails. And so as I was approaching here, let's say I'm over here by this tree, and then the 3 or 4 or so what the heck? It's a bunch of people. The 3 or 4 3 to 4 guys who are hanging around are in the sort of courtyard area. I don't know if they're walking in this direction while I'm about to pass them in the opposite direction, But that's sort of the place where we are. Ah, fuck. My pen! So I'm walking down, I'm walking south, and then I don't know how exactly the interaction begins, if like they walk into me or I'm just passing by and then they confront me this way. I don't recall exactly how it happened. And this is going to go up in a couple seconds. I don't know if it's going to be loud. It probably will. We'll see if it spooks us. So I'm walking down this way, and then somehow we start interacting. It's my kitty tail, and my kitty ears, and my huge, massive ego, and then oh my fucking goodness! What an absolute pain! Why would you make it that loud? And that obnoxious. Holy Christ. Fuck this website. This is your fault, creepy lunatic, that we got... It's your fault that we got spooked by that fucking alarm. Ah, rip. Your internet failed you. Well, it has been 10 minutes now, so you came back just in time for your ban to finish. Let me go ahead and mark that done. Okay, here's all your stuff. There was a hydrate. To kill that one. The praise for Maria and for Chiefs, and the love to Sophie's, and then the banning of the nails. Okay, so I was walking down this way, and then they started talking to me, and I think they wanted to take my stuff. They wanted to take my phone. Also, these are a certain percentage of the population which commits a certain percentage of the crime. Those are those kinds of people. And so they want to take my phone and stuff. So I start running back up north, and then they're chasing me. And I think I have 2 concealed carry guns. I am, for some reason, in this stream, I am akimbo. So this guy, one guy's chasing me as I'm running this way. One guy's behind me like this, maybe, how we say, 5 or so feet. No, maybe more than 5, maybe like 10 feet. And then there's one guy who's much closer, but a little more to my right. So they're chasing me. We're going up this way. And I start blasting at this guy because he's going to get super close to me. So I start blasting. And so either I miss, or my bullets just have no effect. He's impervious to my bullets. These must be bullets that only affect certain kinds of people. Maybe his skill level is too high that he increased his dodge percentage, his bullet invulnerability. He has like an ability that he can activate to negate all damage, something like that. And so it doesn't affect this guy. And then I start blasting on this other guy as well. And that guy's also impervious, apparently. So I keep running, and then I head north, and then I try to cross the street, and then I'm pretty sure that they keep chasing me. Let's bring back the map. So it was in this sort of area, and then I remember like heading up north and then also heading west. So we went up through here, sort of. And then I'm trying to get to a safer place, but I'm pretty sure, like, as I'm running through all of these things, all of these streets, I keep checking back, and I'm pretty sure that they're still following me. But I guess for some reason in the dream I have more stamina and more endurance and more cardio than these guys, which I'm pretty sure in reality that's not how it would work out. Because they are experts at running. And then I eventually get to a neighborhood I'm familiar with. 116th and Lexington. Where's the little guy? Where's the guy? Can I not drop in? What the heck? Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Where's the guy? He's gone. Okay, there he is. 116 and Lexington. I don't remember exactly what happened, but on the way over here, I did like a couple of L turns, I guess, like this. Like staircase, and then I went back a couple times. I think I went back down a little bit too, try to lose them. And then I eventually ended up here, in this sort of neighborhood, which I frequented a lot. There was a game store here that I used to go to a lot. I went to buy my GameCube here back in the day. As well as, what the heck? They're censoring this. Maybe there was a, somebody being nude over here. Some homeless person or something like that. And, I don't think anything else happened in the dream other than I lost him. I lost the baddies while I was in this sort of in this region. And that was that dream. And then recently, a couple, like maybe 2 days ago, I had a dream that I was back in school. I guess the second half of the dream was like when I'm back in school. I believe it was like maybe high school. Let me see if I can remember the first part of the dream. I don't even know if I remember the second part of the dream, honestly. I think I remember my high school history teacher, maybe. I don't recall if like, oh wait, hold on. Okay, I'm getting okay. So I think the dream was, it was either just me or me and somebody else. We were like, I guess we were like homeless or something, or we were like running away from some people or from the law. I don't know exactly how that happened, how it led up to that. But I think it started in, we were like, it was, yeah, like I said, I'm not sure if at this point there's somebody else who's my buddy in the dream with me. Let's see, talking about dreams. Some people say that if in the dream you are falling, your body tells you needs oxygen. So my dreams are like I'm Spider-Man falling off skyscrapers and bouncing around. And yes, I felt how my heart was beating faster. The necessity of needing more oxygen. I don't know if I've ever experienced that myself, where if I was falling, I felt like I needed more oxygen. But I mean, I guess it could make sense. Maybe you were also like in, your body was in the process of waking up, and you were spooked of the fact that you were falling in the dream. You're Spoderman. And so because you're spooked, but you're also waking up in reality. So let's say here's the dream, and here's waking up. You're having your dream all through here. So at this rate, your body's still normal, but then as you are starting to wake up, maybe in this point, you start breathing quicker because you think you're actually in real life falling. That's why you're breathing faster. Then when you wake up, you continue breathing faster. Maybe something like that. So me, I'm running away. I feel like I said I'm homeless because I feel like I was I didn't have like any clean clothes and stuff, and I think I was tired as fuck too. And I think I walked onto like a campus, like a university campus or a park or something, because I remember there like being trees and like grass, maybe some sidewalks. I think it's the trees is. And then I think I'm walking down a sidewalk here, and then I think somebody recognizes me, and then like, hey, you're the one that the polices are looking for. And I'm like, nope, nah, not me, not me, wasn't me. And then I start running. I start booking it. See ya, nerd. And then I think I come to like a school playground. And then at this point, I guess I'm approaching like a school playground. And then as I enter the playground, I'm actually a student. So I think it changes from whatever this stream is that I'm running away. It changes from this stream where I'm an adult, and I change back to a student, like a high school student. High school. And then we're in like the playground. There's like a what I remember there being is like, so there's this fenced area, and then inside that fenced area there's like another area in there that's also fenced, and there's like some kind of sport or competition going on inside, and a whole bunch of spectators outside. So there's a bunch of other students here that they're watching. I have no idea what the kind of sport thing that happened. And then I show up. And in this case, I do have a buddy. I don't know who he is. In the dream, he's just my friend, I guess, who's also a student. So we're both students as we transfer into this dream. And then it's supposed to be our turn. Like, he's supposed to go in to take his stuff, and then I'm supposed to go in after. But I reject that. I decline it, and I say, nah, I'm good, thanks. And so my buddy, he goes, and I think he like loses whatever the versus thingy is. And then I let the people after me go, which I don't know how I'm on a team. I just showed up, and somehow I'm in a competition. But then we go back to class, and in class, I think what I recall is like my high school history teacher. But she's teaching math for some reason. It probably has to do with the fact that I did a little bit of math on stream the other day. And I remembered, when I woke up, I remembered something, and that's why the dream stuck out to me, but now I can't remember what it is. Maybe probably just something like, I remember having to do like a math handout, a math worksheet. Gotta put your name, the date, and then there's like some math questions. 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. I assume it was just like regular algebra. Y minus 3 equals 2x, I guess. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, something about this dream stuck out to me enough that I remembered some detail about it. But now I lost it. I was gonna write it down or draw the dream that day when I woke up, but I ended up not streaming because I was doing some house stuffs, cleaning the house and watering the tomatoes. And that's all I have for now for dreams. Which means I have more time for more big feats and for my nails.
And the refrigerated trailers that we haul are vented because there are certain produces and stuff like that that you have to vent, or the gases coming off of them are actually toxic, especially with citrus.
Toxins.
And it will overwhelm you. Which is why you can't haul certain other produces alongside citrus. Bad things happen. But yeah, you know, around that trailer, I mean, for quite a ways, especially if the wind's blowing just right, all you can smell is marshmallow. And I think a large...
I think I may have heard this particular story before. I'm assuming it's from the same guy because he's like, where did I hear it from though? Because I don't think I heard his first story where he's peeing, and then the big feet is behind his truck. But I definitely heard. Oh, okay, maybe I heard Wes telling a different caller, where he was discussing this incident and in passing to someone else during a different episode. Maybe that's what happened. And some cat comes in and said, "Hello, everyone." Is that from the Simpsons guy, the doctor? What's his name? Simpsons funny doctor, Dr. Nick Rivera. This guy? I don't think I ever really liked this character. He always seemed like pretty cringe. Pretty cringe, bro.
Portion of that encounter had a lot to do with the fact that, you know, any creature and every creature on this planet likes sweets. And who doesn't, you know, get curious about marshmallows? And I think, you know, well, my mother and I both have formed this consensus, is I think that had a lot to do with why it approached, is more so thinking with its stomach than thinking with its logic.
That actually makes a lot.
I don't know if you can tell on camera how much more nicer these edges are that I did compared to these are super sharps. Maybe if I take this off, you can see the sharper edges. I don't know.
A lot of sense. It's strange. I've had a lot of truck drivers that have come across these things. I've had guys that will be at rest stops and these things will come up and just kind of try and figure out what's going on here. Why are you stopped? Why are you... but in this situation, that actually makes more sense. You know, that it probably smelled the Rice Krispie treats and everything within probably a mile could smell it.
Rice Krispies.
Oh, easily, if not further.
What do you think that they are, Jim? Well, I mean, you got a good look at this creature. You got a good look at its face. What do you honestly think that these things are?
Honestly, with a lot of the encounters that I've listened to, the good and the bad, as well as my own encounters, I think, quite honestly, there's some kind of animal. Because, I mean, you know, they show, you know, that they can be compassionate, especially toward each other, just like any other animal would be. But they're also territorial, just like any other animal would be. Honestly, you know, I've mulled it over a few times in my head, and I'm wondering, quite truthfully, if there's not a possibility that they could be the missing link we keep looking for.
Kind of like the Neanderthal. I guess maybe Neanderthal is a bad example, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only explanation I have. You know, I mean, as far as what they actually are in all fact, I mean, there's absolutely no telling. I mean, are they members of the great ape family? Are they descendants of us that just haven't evolved? I mean, honestly, that's just an answer from a scientific standpoint that I'm nowhere near qualified to give. But honestly, my opinion is I believe there's some kind of animal.
Yeah, I just find it fascinating in your encounter where you got a good look at its face. I've talked to people like what you're describing. They'll describe it as kind of goofy, kind of, you know, maybe Down syndrome look. And forgive any parents out there that have kids with Down syndrome. I don't mean to be derogatory towards that, but sometimes it's the only way to describe something. But They'll describe it, and then a lot of times, like in your own situation, would you say it was more of a human expression it was giving you? I'm not saying they're human, but I mean, was the expression remind you of human?
In a way, yes, but in a way, no. I mean, it seemed like it had like a genuine, human curiosity, but it also came across as the innocence of a puppy. Just the innocent curiosity of an animal.
He was just a kid. That's why.
So in a way, yeah. In a way, no.
Well, thank God it wasn't aggressive with you, especially being that close, showing its teeth, growling at you, having the look like it wants to kill you. I would imagine all of your encounters, still stay with you, but I would imagine you still think about that from time to time, especially when you go to stop your truck somewhere.
Yeah, I've become extremely selective of where I park now. Like, I won't park at a rest area anymore. I won't park on the side of the road for anything unless it's an absolute necessity, like a breakdown or a blown tire. Anytime I park up with the intention of staying, like what I'm doing now, doing my break, I'm at a truck stop that is definitely well lit in the nighttime hours, and I'm parked in the middle of the parking lot rather than being parked around the edges closest to the wood line.
Oh no,
I'd
he's
like
so
to be able to see something coming out before I need to know it's there.
Yeah, I can't blame you for that. Well, Jim, I really appreciate you coming on and sharing the encounters, and we'll give a shout out to Mom again for for listening. And thank you so much for coming on and sharing the encounters. I really enjoyed talking with you.
Well, hey, while we're shouting out to my mom, well, hey, Mom, thanks for turning me on to this.
Absolutely.
My mom talks about you and your brother like you are members of the family. Trust me, she knows more about y'all's shows than any one person I know, so she's definitely my go-to whenever I need advice about stuff like this.
Yeah, that's
But
nice.
I've definitely enjoyed sharing these encounters.
I'm actually going to walk around the other, not really.
I gotta skip the music, so otherwise I'm gonna get copy striked.
Not,
In Mississippi. I want to welcome Mike to the show. Mike, thanks for coming on.
thank you, sir.
Yeah, I really appreciate you being here. And I know your encounter took place in Mississippi. If you would you tell us what you were doing and just kind of walk us into what happened?
I'm in law enforcement, and I was a narcotics agent, and it was on a state highway, but it's not like a well-traveled highway, but it is a state highway. And it's on the highway goes through a management area. And I was backed in about 50 yards on a gravel road at the entrance to the management area where you have to not really check in, but you have to get a card and fill it out and stick it in your windshield when you go in there. So I'm waiting, and I get out of my vehicle and go to the back of it, and I'm actually going to walk around to the other side. About 50 to 60 feet from me, I'm about 6'3", 6'4", and back then I was about 220, 230, and this thing was about my height. I mean, I'm looking at it, but I'm not having to look up. I'm not looking down. I'm just looking right at it, and it was kind of profiled from me. It had its head turned a little bit looking at me, but when it stopped, it then turned and almost squared off with me looking at me, but it still was kind of at an angle toward the brush.
And
we just looked at each other.
And you kind of broke up there, Mike. So you stepped out of your car, and this thing had stepped out right in front of where you were at?
Yeah, I was in a Tahoe, and I walked to the back. I walked around to the back into my truck on a Tahoe, and it stepped out. I was at the back, and it stepped out. I didn't hear anything until it. I just seen something step out. It was a sunny day, but at that hour where I was at, the sun was low. I still had light. I could see clearly, but it was still low light. And we just looked at each other. It was a short encounter, but while it was standing off to my right in the brush, which I couldn't see in the brush, I heard a rumbling growl. It was loud. It was close. But what I was looking at never broke out, it never looked behind it. It just kept its eye on me. And I kind of cut my eyes over to the brush, and then what was in front of me walked off. And then I went and got in my vehicle and left.
Can you describe for the audience what you saw? What stepped out in front of you?
It was walking upright. The leg. Humans, we stand up and our legs are straight. This was slumped, legs bent, arms almost down to the knees. Hairy, but not like completely. There was patches, especially across the chest and the abdomen area that just did not have any fur on. I mean, they're just sparse.
She's so small and so cute.
Very little around the face. It had a brow, protruding brow, dark eyes. I could see the eyes moving, but they were dark. The nose was kind of broad, but not like a gorilla where it's open like that. But it was just broad. The face is wide. It's not proportionally to me. The head is bigger than me. I mean, it was wider. It wasn't actually bulky, but it was wider across the shoulders than me, about 1.5, maybe 2 times. Muscular. When it moves, you could see muscles. Forearms were extremely muscular. Hands, fingers were kind of long. The thumb, like if I hold my hand up, it was not like me holding my hand up. Its thumb would be further down, like for grabbing something. I mean, it could just reach and grab. It's just odd shaped. Proportionally, I mean, it would fit its size, I guess.
Did its facial?
I wonder if he means his thumb was like further down this way, closer to like his pointer finger knuckle, or would he mean the other way, further down, like toward the whatever this bone is? I forget what it's called. By the closer to the wrist or closer to the knuckle? I assume he means closer to the knuckle. More like, I guess that's a bit more like monkey-like, because then you don't have that opposable thumb to grab stuff with as easily. It'd be more like this. I guess that makes sense.
Expressions ever change?
It never changed. The only thing moved was his eyes. It just.
Did it just look kind of stone faced, or did it have an expression on its face?
Just a blank stare.
And why do you think it stepped out? Why do you think it came out in the open? Do you think it was already heading that way and you guys just crossed paths?
Yeah, I mean, my vehicle was off. I had a radio, which I have an earpiece in my ear, so I can hear, but the radio's not loud from my radio. So it was quiet, and I was on a gravel road, so I'm not really making all that much noise. Just come out.
Yeah, and it's terrifying to hear the other one in the brush growling at you. With what did you think it was? I mean, what did you think was going on at the time?
I was dumbfounded. Don't know what to think. That just doesn't exist.
And so what did you do next? Did you get in your rig and leave?
I got my vehicle and left. And I didn't go back to that area. I went back to that area spring of this year. Just rode by and I wouldn't pull back down in there again.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Especially, it's eye-opening. And I always enjoy when law enforcement runs into these things, not for your guys' sake, but for people that, you go out to homes and they're having prowler, quote-unquote prowler, and you guys can kind of sense that it may not be a prowler. But I think if you've never had an encounter, a lot of times law enforcement goes out and they're just irritated. They're like, no one's here, you're crazy, and I'm out of here. You know what I mean? And I think when law enforcement actually encounters these things, when they go out to rural areas, they're more apt to stop and kind of listen to someone. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, you just have to take everything in. I mean, there's probably 1,000 yards from where I was at. There's a couple of houses on the same side of the road that I'm at. And there's one with one on the opposite side of the road, and then there's a county line. and you're talking thousands of acres, and these people have so much acres, before they're into the national forest area. So, and the houses are off the road. The backyard is in a wood line. There is a wood line. So, and I worked there 5 years, and I never had to, go out there for, anything, just nothing. There's livestock them, but they don't report anything. There's just nothing ever happens. I'm there for a totally different reason, but you never hear anything from those people. They don't call in about things. They're self-sufficient. They don't report anything. If something's happening, they don't report it.
Was there any other times that you encountered this creature?
Noises, which I didn't know what they were. I'm actually from a city. Grew up. I did hunt, but doing what I do, I was from meth labs and the marijuana grows. I was, out in the woods and have to sit up on stuff, but just noises at night that just didn't make sense. Just what kind of animal makes a noise? Dogs and cats don't. They make noise, but at the end of some of them's like a ah sound, and it's just they don't make sounds like that.
Yeah, was it like screams? Is that what you were hearing?
I didn't ever hear scream. It wasn't a scream. It was loud enough for me to hear it, but there's deep hollows, so it's traveling through a hollow. You hear it like behind me, and it'll be across from me, and then it just goes silent, and then you hear it again. It'll be in a different area.
I always feel for guys like you that have to go out there and, you're investigating marijuana or meth labs, and you and I both know that people that do that are usually out in the middle of freaking nowhere when they're doing that. And so you can come across these things, I've had guys who, they do moonshining, like in Kentucky and places like that, and I've heard all kinds of stories. Guys out there with their distiller and doing what they're doing out in the middle of the woods, and they come across these things. There was one guy who it got into, I don't know if it was a barley or what it was, eating and drinking the the alcohol he had out there, and he was terrified. He said it was a big gorilla drinking his.
The big feets are gonna get drunk. What the heck?
Moonshine and eating the corn and the barley and everything else they put in it. He was eating all the stuff that was in there, and he was shocked. He didn't know what it was. He didn't want to come on the show because he's got an illegal operation going on. And I got no problems with moonshiners. You and I are on the other side of the fence. I could care less if they're out there doing that. Meth lab's a different story, but it's fascinating when you hear about it. I've heard many guys out, with growing marijuana. It's legal here on the West Coast now, but prior to that, I used to get a lot of stories. California, a lot of guys out there growing marijuana and coming across these things.
Just now, when I'm in there, I'm armed to the tooth. Pistol, shotgun, AR-15, and sometimes a sniper rifle. It just depends on what I'm doing.
What the heck?
I'm not scared of it.
What's an officer need a sniper rifle for? What? What, he's gonna pick off the baddie with a sick flick, a sick 360 no scope, so he can capture it on his badge cam. Is that what he's trying to do?
Human. I know there's bears around there. I have yet to see a bear around here at all. Only bear I've seen in the state of Mississippi is actually where Teddy Roosevelt, the term teddy bear comes from. Right down the road from where that took place. It's the only time I've ever seen a bear in my life in the wild. Wildlife fish here says there's no panthers, but they've come across me, walked out across me. I know they exist around here. They just deny that those animals exist. But they're out. They're here. And they're not black. They look like a mountain lion. That's what they are.
Yeah, it's well, you have to be safe while you're out there, especially Sasquatch aside. Some of those meth heads, man, you got to be careful with some of those guys. They're sketchy, and they're not in their right mind half the time.
I'm far enough away from them. I'm in a ghillie suit. They can't see me. I can see them, type of deal. But
what kind of an officer is he that he has a ghillie suit, a shotgun, a sniper rifle? What's he doing out there? Is he just trying to? Is he being Captain Macmillan, being all gillied up, trying to crawl around, waiting for the methies and the Wheaties to walk by, while he's just laying there one day so that he can follow them to where their operation is? Is that what he's doing? What? Sounds weird to me, bro. Carrying around a sniper rifle and a shotgun.
I smell like a human, but you're not going to smell me. I mean, I'm not worried about a human smelling it. I'm more worried about dogs and others, that they're around there. But when I did all that, I didn't have that incident, so I didn't know, if I'd have met that thing ahead of time, there's no way I'd be out there in the woods by myself. There's no.
I guess that would be a sort of interesting experiment where you're gillied up and stuff, and you're just laying there in wait until one of these guys, one of the big feets, either pass by you or they're trying to find you because they can smell you, but they wouldn't be able to see you as long as you're not making too much noise while you're adjusting to scratch an itch or something. There's a couple of instances I remember from several different sources where they are there's like a hunter where he's either in a screen or he's up on. I think we listened to an episode on stream, like within the past 2 weeks or so, where the guys they attach something to the tree and then he has his tree stand up there. There's an instance similar to that where the guy was in camo in like a ghillie suit up on a tree stand, and apparently a big feet. I don't remember if it was in front of him or behind him, and he's walking. He hears him walking, and then he stands next to him and he pokes the guy because he sees something weird. That from the big feet's perspective, the big feet sees something weird. He knows that it's not typical of what exists in the forest, because if you live in an environment, you're something that is abnormal sticks out. And so for a big feet, if he sees some kind of a tree stand, he would be able to identify that and see like that looks out of place. And so I guess what happens with this guy's situation is he's up in the tree stand and then the big feet pokes him. The guy isn't moving at all. I think he also mentioned where like he could sense the presence of this big feet, and he was spooked or something, or maybe he thought it was a deer, something, one of those things, and he didn't want to spook it away, and so he just stayed as still as possible. But then when he identified out of the corner of his eye that it was not a deer, and when it poked at him, he was still trying to identify it, and he was trying to stay as still as possible. And so I'm wondering here if in a situation like this, law enforcement dude, if he's all gillied up and he's got all of these other thingies and he's just laying in wait, he just goes out there one day super duper early, it's still super dark. He just finds a spot, he lays there, and he tries his absolute best not to move a muscle. Most animals would smell him like he mentioned here. He's not afraid of a human smelling him. He's afraid like a dog, a coyote, or wolves, or other, or bears. Probably bears, I believe, have a super long smell. Like they can smell you from a mile away, or a couple miles, I think. And so I'm wondering if we do an experiment like that for the purposes of trying to see how a big feet responds to that situation. Maybe that could be interesting and a little bit revealing about. Although you'd have to be, if this guy's scared to go out there by himself, even though he's all camoed up, then I would imagine you would need someone with pretty big balls, a pretty big set of balls to perform my espionage reconnaissance mission that I'm laying out here. Because that would be pretty spooky. Just being out there in the dark, trying not to move as the sun comes up, seeing what kind of wildlife crosses by you, and you're hoping for big feats. What would you do if the big feats find you? That would be quite a spooky situation. That's for sure.
What?
Yeah, I don't blame you. I wanted to ask you, going back to your encounter and the one that stepped out, how far away from you was it? And would you say it had human characteristics, or would you say, no, it was nothing more than just an animal?
It's about 50, 60 feet. No, it's an animal. I don't know much about them. I ran across your thing on YouTube not long ago, so I don't know much about them. But a couple of things that I've heard, to get on all fours. This thing could easily go to all fours. Just the way it's built, it could just drop, forward and be on all fours and be gone. The legs, the power in those legs. It's when you're looking at the legs, it's just too much leg. You look at it, it's powerful. This ain't. I've only seen that Patty film a couple of times. This thing, it didn't look like that, but it wasn't built like that. But you wouldn't want to get in the ring with it.
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of people say that. I think most people are
I definitely
expecting to see
wouldn't.
Patty when they come across these things, and most of the time that's not the case.
It looked like a strange ape.
As a cop, don't you find it a little odd
Strange
that
monkey.
no one has caught up with this thing? You're a professional investigator. Don't you find that a little strange?
Well, I've seen a little part of this show called Finding Bigfoot. I've watched. See one? If you're in a location where, like probably up there where you're at, you stay out in the woods long enough, you're probably going to run into one. Mine was just a haphazard encounter.
No.
I wasn't looking for it, and it wasn't looking for me.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But don't you find it odd that no body's been found? Don't you find it odd that, you saw the size of this thing, and to be frank with you, the one you saw really wasn't as big as probably your average person who comes across these things. Most people that see them, we're talking 8 to 10 feet tall. And, don't get me wrong, I'm sure it was big. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say, for such a large animal that a lot of people are seeing, including law enforcement, including guys in the military, including judges, including doctors, including house moms, all around the world, yet it hasn't been proven. I find that odd.
Somebody just doesn't want it proven. They don't want it in the books. It's not the average Joe that's not wanting it there. It's somebody or some entity with a vested interest that does not be brought out for whatever reason.
It's the Men in Blacks.
I kind of understand why they don't want to say panthers around here, because then if it's found on somebody's, like around here, we have pine trees, tree farmers, but you wouldn't be able to cut your trees because it'd be an endangered species living on your property. You couldn't alter it. Now there's a giant ape out there. You really couldn't alter anything by law, if you about endangered species. But that if it's not recognized, it's not endangered.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, it's fascinating and it's frustrating because they are out there and people can run into them. I'm not so sure that they're endangered, but I agree with you. I think if it came out, let's say it was nothing more than an ape, that Endangered Species Act would take effect, and it would hurt some things, but I just have a hard time believing that's the ultimate cause why it hasn't come out. I just have a hard time believing that. But, at the end of the day, I could be wrong.
I work for the state, and I had access to state buildings in downtown Jackson. And we have archaeology, anthropology, all that, and paleontology. and there's a vault in there. Only certain people can get in that vault. And there's stuff in there that it's like top secret, and it's a state agency. They don't want people to know about it.
Interesting.
It's the X-Files. That's what it is. The local X-File collection about all of the local UFO and the alien captures, as well as the Bigfeet sightings, the spooky ghosts and demons they captured on camera, the chupacabras and the dogmens. It's because they keep eating people, and they're trying to hide the fact that it's happening, and so they're just saying, no, this guy, this trail walker, this woodsman, this hiker, this hunter, they just happened to disappear one day out of the blue. And that's what they say in public, but then in private, what actually happens is that they what's it called? They consult with the local shaman who calls upon the whichever group they're trying to interact with. If a dogman's kills somebody, they tell the shaman, hey, go contact the leader of the dogmans. We gotta have a little chat. And then in this chat, they're like, okay, look, buddy, one of your guys eated one of our, or two of our hikers now. That's one more than you're allowed per 6 months. And you've already had another one 4 months ago. So we're gonna need you to chill for a little bit so we don't rouse too much suspicion. And that's what's going on here. That's all of the reports and the documentation of all of those interactions. That's stored in those X-Files. That's literally actually what happens. You heard it here first. It's a joke. It's not real. I don't actually know. I didn't have a leaked source for this, Mr. FBI, Mr. Men in Blacks. I'm just speculating. I'm just asking questions. Just asking questions.
Makes you wonder what's in that vault.
Whatever it is, it's worth. It's worth. I've seen the vault. I've never been in the vault. I can't go in the vault, but I've seen the vault, and you're not getting in there. Whatever they're keeping in there they're tight-lipped about it.
Yeah, that's fascinating. That's really I've never heard of such a thing. What doesn't shock me one bit, but that's fascinating that the state would have that.
There's probably been a state they got something in a vault somewhere that no one will know.
Yeah.
No, it's the musics.
Babies don't fear anything. You're at how to recognize some things that you can. Years older than me.
And if you would give us a little bit of background and then maybe walk us into your encounter. I know it happened many, many years ago. Walk us into what happened.
Okay. Well, basically, I was born and raised in the Central Valley of California, not far from Castle Air Force Base. But what really shaped me is I hung out with 4 boy cousins, one 3 years older than me, one 2 years older than me, one my age, and one younger than me. And they taught me all about, hunting for pheasant and duck and dove hunting. And I didn't like shooting them, but I did have a slingshot, and I was pretty good with that. And they taught me about, all the little critters and things that you can eat in the wild. And we would sit around, and they'd tell me stories about things that you should stay away from, how to recognize particular snakes. And so I learned from them to not have any fear. You only fear those things that are dangerous. And, us kids, going back to when you're a baby, babies don't fear anything. You're taught fear. So, with the...
That's not true. Babies fear everything. If there's a spooky dog, a super loud dog. If there's a cat and they've never encountered 4-legged beings before, especially ones that look at you in the eye. What the heck? I didn't order nothing. Why am I getting a fucking email that I ordered stuff? Um, I'll deal with this later. Whatever. Okay, well, I guess I made a purchase of like $11. So if you want to help me recoup that, go ahead and check my Amazon affiliate. Is that the little affiliate? Yeah, it is. Check my Amazon affiliate link if you're gonna buy stuff off of Amazon already anyway. And is it FTC? Yeah, there you go. That satisfies the FTC thingy. Super duper annoying. How long is this article? Okay, it's not too long. Let me go ahead and read this first. And then we'll see what we do next. Getting a little bit tired, but I do think I want to play a game or two before I head out. Okay, so this is from, oops, all the way up. From Yahoo Finance by Vishesh Raising Honey on June 11th. You should never be at home. This 58-year-old NYU professor went viral for telling young folks that they need to be out of the house for success, but his advice was blasted. So anyway, I started blasting. Professor Scott Galloway of New York University is used to being the man who calls out the dinosaurs and pushes for new ways of thinking. But when Galloway spoke recently at the Wall Street Journal's CEO Council Summit, he sounded downright Jurassic when he said of remote work, "You should never be at home." That's what I always tell young people. Home is for 7 hours of sleep and that's it. You need to be out of the house. As if the pandemic never happened, right? Galloway, who teaches marketing and co-hosts the popular Pivot podcast, believes the amount of time spent at home is inversely correlated with, quote, success professionally and romantically. Yet his recent comments, since going viral, have reignited the debate over remote work, its social impact, and whether older generations, Galloway is 58, are out of touch with the challenges and choices of Gen Z. The Galloway fallout. To be certain, Galloway has some fair points. Relationships are the currency of a successful career, according to the professor's comments on his podcast and media appearances. He's also expressed concerns about the rise in loneliness and decline in mental health for young people. Yet mental decline can be just as attributable to stress from micromanagement in the office, for example. Meanwhile, Professor Galloway's comments went viral on TikTok. Younger users on the platform pushed back on the professor's comments, focusing on the economic climate and costs associated with commuting. This is total BS, hustle culture with a sprinkle of consumerism. Other comments discussed the high cost of rent and shelter to justify staying at home, or the expenses associated with traveling and eating while going into the office. Quote, "You step out of the house and spend $100, said one user. The cost of housing was another key factor for many in the comment sections. If I'm paying more than a quarter of monthly rent, I'm enjoying my space, one said. All this moved BuzzFeed staff writer Krista Torres to observe, I have never seen Gen Z and millennials come together so heated. Others pointed out that online dating meant workers didn't need to get out to find relationships, and that the proximity to family and pets was better for happiness and life satisfaction, even if it dragged their careers. More than half, 58% of Americans work from home at least once per week, according to research by McKinsey. By 2025, 36.2 million Americans may be clocking in from the comfort of their home, says Upwork. Remote logic. Galloway, for all his renown, clings to a definition of financial success that seems to embrace the maxim of gain the world and lose your soul. Here's another quote from his talk. If you expect to be the top 10% economically, much less the top 1%, buck up. 2 decades plus of nothing but work. That's my experience. This assumes that workaholism and related mental health issues don't run rampant in Western society, or that close relationships should play second or third fiddle to building a fortune. But for many workers these days, there are other ways to define what is most valuable. Nah, I think this guy's onto something. We should pay a whole bunch of money for rent, for water, for electricity, for gas. We should pay all of that and then only ever use any of that for a sleepings. That makes total perfect financial sense. The house should be there just to look nice and for you to sleep in. That's it. You should not do any fun activities or enjoy yourself other than a sleepings while you're there. A sleepings should be the only pleasure of your life. Let's look at these comments here. I took his comments to mean that when you leave the house, good things can happen. I mean, yeah, they can. Making new connections, finding good opportunities, etc. There are plenty of fun and interesting things to do at home, of course, but I find that leaving the house broadens my horizons. Yeah, so does the internet, which I can do from the comfort of my home. Another user says, I am an independent contract software developer and have for years worked remotely with a small group of coworkers who also work remotely. Works great, especially now with things like Zoom. Holy Christ, this guy's still using Zoom in June of 2023? The Chinese basically own you now. I would say it depends on the person and the type of work. There are other financial factors that companies consider too. My company went remote shortly into the pandemic. They found the technology was fine. Late in 2020, they decided they would let the lease run out on the building, and they had their offices at the end of 2021. Fully remote, depending on the type of industry, can save millions on rent and or property taxes for a large company, rather than having to maintain a corporate office. Nah, that's stupid. You should go into a massive building where your company rents out a couple of floors, and there they should limit you to one little tiny cube, and you should stare at your computer monitor to be underpaid and overworked, and that is what you should be doing. I agree with this professor that you should never be home. You should always be at work, even if you're not actually doing anything. You should spend most of your waking hours working to primarily fill the wallets of your bosses. That should be your primary function as a member of society. That makes a lot more sense than this paradigm of you wanting to have a life and enjoy your home and enjoy your weekend. No. Life is brutal and difficult, and you have to work for me and come into the building at all hours of the day. That makes much more sense. But yeah, that's super duper cringe. I I don't even know if I'm pretty sure that many people can quickly and instantly come up with a number of reasons why they'd rather be home, even if they're going to be working remotely, or why they would want to spend time at home for things other than sleepings. But also, there was that comment about the remote dating, about the online dating. I'm pretty sure I hear for the most part online dating isn't as I think your likelihood of success is far lower online than it is if you physically go to places where you're already going to go anyway. Everybody should be a pickup artist and go record themselves at Walmart trying to pick up ladies. And if a lady says that you're weird, then you should say, "Oh yeah, if I'm weird, then how come I have a picture of this guy's asshole on my phone?" That's what you should do. That's the strategy. Oh my god. That's such a great line. What happened, Patches? What happened? What happened? Okay. Let's see. What happened? Yeah, those Patches. She does this. She was sleeping, and she does this thing where sometimes she just wakes up and starts meowing. It's kind of like it kind of seems like if she's having a nightmare or something, and then she wakes up and instantly meows. But I don't know. What happened? What is it? What's up, buddy? Okay, let me finish this episode. We are 59 minutes into an hour and 48 minutes. There's about another hour for this episode. But I think I want to play some Shogun 2. This might be loud, so let me mute the audio for the computer real quick, and then let's see. What the heck? This ant just like appeared on me. He appeared on my arm. It's like he fell from the sky or something. What? Spooky. Spooky, spooky. What happened? Okay, so the problem with this game is I want it to be full screen, but every time I click off of it or back onto it, it has to unload it, I guess is the way of saying it. What the heck are you doing? You're crazy. What you doing up here? Let's put the kitty cam on. What's going on over here? What you licking me for? I don't have any foods. Oh no, those are my nails. What? I don't have any food for you. I already gave you guys food a couple hours ago. This is the Patches hours. The hour of Patches. Because she's so small. Why, you want to lay down here? No, 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 that's my water. No, 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 no. You have your water in the kitchens. You have your entire little water setup. Okay, well, I guess she's gone now. See ya, nerd. Phew. Okay. My problem with Shogun 2 is that the music is so good that I do not want to mute the audio. I don't want to mute the musics. But at the same time, it might be a bit, the audio of the game might interfere a bit too much with my spooky stories.
Those guys, I had an interest in wildlife, but, you know, that wasn't where my heart was. My heart was in writing, and I wanted to be a world-renowned journalist. But my boy cousins were tough on me. They did not give me any slack. An example of one is they were on the roof of the house cleaning frogs that we had just gigged, as you say. And I was climbing up the ladder, and when I got to the top, they threw the guts of a frog in my face, and I fell back with the ladder, falling and hit the dirt, and with the wind knocked out of me. And they just laughed. They weren't going to come to my rescue. You know, I just had to get up and just keep at it. But I love those boys, and I still love them dearly. So that's kind of my background. So getting into my story, it did happen a long, long time ago. I was in the 6th grade, and 6th graders go to science camp. And here in the Central Valley, science camp was at a place called Camp Green Meadows, which is in Mariposa County, I believe, right on the border of Sierra County or Sierra National Forest. And we were all thrilled. You know, all of us kids really wanted to go. Back then, it was what everybody considered was a lot of money, $50. So I was begging and pleading, and I really wanted to go. I didn't want to be one of those kids that was going to be left behind in the classroom, and everybody else was going to be at camp, and everybody else was going to be coming back and telling their stories. I just didn't want to be one of those. So I just tried to raise as much money as I could, and then I got a surprise, and my stepfather called, and he told me that, guess what I'm giving you for your birthday? And when he told me he was sending me to camp, I just, went crazy. I was thrilled to death. So all of us kids go to camp, and there's always an overnight camp out. So as, we go through the evening, we roast marshmallows, we make s'mores, we learn how to cook over an open campfire and, the safe things to do to make a campfire. And all of the kids, when it was time for bed, spread their sleeping bags out along this, I call it a river. It was too small for a creek, along this river that had a sandy bank. And they're like, well, we're just comfortable because it's nice and soft out here. And I'm like, no, you guys are going to wake up in the morning and you're going to be freezing cold. That sand's going to be cold. And they're like, nah, Shirley didn't know what she was talking about. So everybody slept on the bank. I decided to sleep up by the picnic table, and I grabbed
What?
some stems that had, that I could
I have 3, 4, 3 monies left. Why does it gotta do this to me?
reach, and made myself the ground a little softer, and got my sleeping bag together, and I went to sleep. I do recall that not far on the picnic table, the counselors left a lantern burning really, really low. And I didn't think anything of it, but I guess nowadays people would say you shouldn't do that. But they left it burning really, really low for us kids, and they didn't sleep there with us. I don't know where they slept that night, but they weren't there in our immediate vicinity of sleeping. So I'm the only one not on the sandy bank, and I'm facing a big, huge tree. It's about maybe 5 feet from my face. Go to sleep. And I wake up, and I know it's late because I'm really groggy, but I have to go to the bathroom. So I'm laying on my left, facing the tree, and I unzip part of my sleeping bag, and I grab my flashlight, and I'm turning to unzip more of my sleeping bag, and as the sleeping bag, I'm unzipping it, I have the flashlight in my hand, and as I kind of moved around towards my right to get out of the sleeping bag, I look and I see this big, gigantic,
Feet.
monkey, hairy
Monkey.
man thing, standing there. And it was white, silvery white is the best I can describe it. And I knew it was that color because even though I had that small bit of light from the table, I had my flashlight and I could see its legs and its arms, but I learned from my cousins that you don't flash lights in animals' faces. They were hunters, and that was like one of those rules that you didn't do because you're not supposed to be hunting at night. And I just remembered, don't flash the light in their face. So I had the flashlight.
Fuck, dude, I messed up. I thought I was just moving the general, but it was everybody who was in here. Oh no. That is not good. That is not what I wanted.
And I looked, and I was puzzled. I didn't know what I was looking at. It was huge. I knew it wasn't a counselor. It was way too big. Now, this was the night before my birthday. So it was October 21st, 1966. And, I'm already at my full grown height of 5'7". And my older cousin, he was at the one that was 3 years older. He was already 6'4". But, he was out of high school and that sort of thing. And he had gone off to Vietnam. But I knew what height was. I knew what height was from the schools treating us kids to go see the Harlem Globetrotters. So I knew what height was, but I could not tell you how tall this was, except it was taller than, any person I had ever seen in my entire life. It was just way up there. It was ceiling height tall, and my house has 9-foot ceilings, and I look up at those ceilings and I'm like, maybe it could have been that tall, but I just didn't know. And it was standing there, and it had its right side with this arm down towards me, and I guess when it got a glimpse of my flashlight or something, it turned slightly and it looked at me, and I'm staring in its eyes. I'm just staring and staring. And like I said, I was puzzled. I was not freaked out. I was a little scared because I didn't know what it was. But I can tell you this. I know what a bear is. I know what a wolf is. I know what those kind of critters are. And if it had been a bear or a coyote or something else coming through our camp and I woke up in the middle of the night, I would have screamed bloody murder. But I didn't. I just stood there with my mouth open because I was super, super puzzled. So I just looked at it, and it was just so odd. It looked at me like, you're not enough to be bothered with. I'm just, it's no different than, you looking at anything else in a casual manner and thinking, oh, that's not worth my interest. And I remembered as it turned, I could see hair on its chest. And you have to remember, well, I can't say remember because I haven't told you. All of this information came to my head in a reoccurring dream that I had had for years and years and years. And it drove me crazy until, as an adult, I finally learned that in most cases, reoccurring dreams are memories. So the only thing I wanted to do as an adult was get rid of the dream. So in my dream, when it turned to me, now that my reoccurring dream is now over with, I have more memory that has come forward after talking to a few good friends about this. And I remember the face, the hairline came down to in the middle of its forehead, and the face was clear of hair. And I don't remember seeing any ears. And when I say hair, I mean, it wasn't fuzzy like a dog or, a cat or any other creature, mountain lion or whatever else out there you see in the world. It was hair.
It was like a
It
monkey.
wasn't flowing or anything, but I could tell, I could see straightness, straight waviness to it. And and I also remembered that its butt had hair on it.
It's got a hairy butt.
I can't recall if it was matted, but I remembered as a kid being, looking at it, and its butt had hair. And its face was light. I don't know what color. As I stared in its eyes, they were light. I don't know what color. They were just light. They weren't dark and beady like some other folks have described them. And, through this reoccurring dream, I kept saying, that can't be mine. That can't be true. That can't be true. As I was growing up, this is something that's not real, but I'm still dreaming it. And of course, as I got older, I was thinking, well, I wonder, everybody else says theirs is dark brown or chocolate or black, and they had dark beady eyes, and, they had hair all over here and there, and that's not mine. So after I'm looking at it and I decide, okay, I don't need to go to the bathroom, I very slowly zipped back up my sleeping bag, and I remembered flinging my flashlight over
scared.
to look at the kids on
It
the
scared the
beach
pee away.
to see if anybody else was awake and looking, and they were all asleep. And then I swung my flashlight back, and it was gone. And I felt it. I thought I was, and my memory was kind of a little fogged, but I thought I heard it walking away, but I didn't really hear it. I felt the vibrations on my butt as I'm in the sleeping bag of it walking away, and I couldn't see it, but I wasn't about to flash my flashlight to look for it. I just felt it walking away, and I'm like, okay, it's going away, and it didn't do anything. And I just slowly zipped up my sleeping bag because I didn't know where it was. And I remember still having my flashlight in my hand, and I zipped up my sleeping bag to cover my head, kind of like little kids who, if they cover their face, people can't find them,
Can't
so
see
if
me.
you can't see me, you can't find me. you know, I don't know. It was the day before I turned 13. So the next day, it was still in my mind, or I was traumatized. And as I look back as an adult, I was probably what do you call in shock, functioning shock. And I wasn't myself that day, and I got surprised at the camp dinner with a birthday cake. And I remember grabbing the cake and going back to my cabin and just sitting there and looking at the cake. And some of my friends came and they're like, "Aren't you going to share?" And I'm like, "No, no, I'm taking it home to my mother." And they're, some called me selfish, but the ones that knew me since
Traumatized.
before elementary school, they said, "Well, whatever's going on in your head, we understand," because they knew me as a chatty. I had a good disposition. I never had any problems with anybody, but my guy friends, not the girls. I connected more with guys. They knew something was in my head, but they didn't know what, and I wasn't about to open my mouth. So took the cake home. My mother says, "Shirley, why did you bring this cake home? Why didn't you share with the other kids?" And I'm like, "Well, because I had to bring it home to you." And she's like, "But that doesn't make any sense. Why would you bring this thing all the way back from camp and not share it with the kids?" And I didn't have an answer, except, in my adult mind now, I'm thinking maybe that was my evidence, you know, of of what happened to me. Um, so from there, I needed to know what it was. I had to know. So I went to a couple of libraries and I'm checking out books weekly, animal type books, science books, everything I could find. And I couldn't find what I was looking for. And I remember there was one librarian in the summer reading program. She couldn't believe I was, checking out, 3 books at a time, reading them in a week, because in that program you would get a ticket for an ice cream cone to go to the Rexall Drugs and get your ice cream.
That
And
reminds
she
me.
didn't believe me.
That reminds me. I got a couple stories. I got like 2 stories. Maybe this is why part of the reason why my see if I can go over here. See if I can bait this guy. I hope this works. Like he can only see my unit of 2 here. My bow and spear, but he can't see my main army hiding in the woods. So hopefully he takes the bait in, and I will become the masturbator. But yeah, so checking out. She was checking out multiple books from the library, 3 books at the library, and finishing them up really quickly. And the librarian didn't believe that she was reading that quickly. I remember I was maybe, let's see, I was still in elementary school, maybe 4th grade. It was over summer. 4th grade or 3rd grade, at some point in that age range. I never noticed this. What? It's like God rays coming out over here. I've never noticed that. That's I guess you still learn new things about these old good games that you like playing. It was over summer. My mom wanted me to read more books. And let me see if I can find it actually. There were 2 sets of books that I liked. I liked reading. One of them I remember clearly. It's called Cam Jansen. Anybody else here read Cam Jansen? It's a short, pretty small books. It's a series of books of a girl who has photographic memory, and she solves mysteries. Actually, that's pretty cool. Maybe we can read some of these just for fun. Pretty cool during a baby time book reading hour. And then the other set of books was a history. I remember the title. I think it was like a treehouse thingy. The Treehouse History Kids book series. The one I remember reading in particular was, oh yeah, this is it. Magic Treehouse chapter. Magic Treehouse, that's what it was. I read the I believe it was the Revolutionary War one. So this is the series here, the Magic Treehouse. I remember we had this one. It was mostly my older brother who read them. This one, the dinosaurs. I remember this cover. I remember this cover, the one that I read that time. Revolutionary War one. I think we also had this one, the Pirates one. I don't think I ever saw this one, the Night at Dawn. Super cool nights. Maybe I'll go find that one and read it. By Mary Pope Osborne. So yeah, I think it was this book here. The Revolutionary. It was either the Revolutionary War one or one of the Cam Jansen books. And so over summer, my mom wanted me to read some because I was just playing video games, and she didn't like that because video games are evil and bad and they turn you into a killer. Because people who play video games have no brains and can't think for themselves, and they are only ever influenced by what they see. Unless it comes to religion, they are not influenced by religion, and so you have to beat their head over it with your Bible, and then only that way will they absorb what's in front of them, if it's the Bible. But everything else, you instantly absorb it and become a violent killer who's gonna get guns and shoot up schools and mass murder people. Yeah, so that's why she wanted me to read books, and so I read. Maybe it was the Cam Jansen. I don't remember. All I remember is that I read it like super quickly in like a couple hours, and then she was like, "What? There's no way you read it that quickly. I don't believe you." And first of all, I did read it that quickly because I did read it all the way. It's not a super hard or difficult book. Secondly, there was no way she could verify because she doesn't know English, so go suck a dick. Go suck a dick, Mom. And yeah, so that's so that's one of the stories that I this thingy about the librarian not believing her. This reminds me of my mom not believing me that I could read a book. And I don't. Apparently, for some reason, she thinks I lacked the skills to read. I lacked the skills to read quickly, or I lacked the skills to actually understand what I was reading for some reason. So that's actually one thing that I hadn't remembered until just now. But the second story also is something I've been thinking about recently. And then I'll make a conclusion at the end. This happened when I was even younger than that. Maybe I was like 4 or 5 years old. It would have been maybe like at least 2, maybe even 3 years before this event here where she didn't believe that I was able to read a book. It's getting kind of cold. I gotta get my Hello Kitty blanket. It's a patch. It's a little patches. Give me this. So my mom used to have this thing where I think she would like she would work for a jewelry store, and they would they would give her jewelry. They would give her jewelry, and she would like go around to her friends, some local businesses, and she would like sell the jewelry. And I remember her doing that for quite a while, since I was like even before I lived in Manhattan. I think we used to live in Queens, which I don't remember those days because I was too young to have memories of that. But I remember even since I was like much younger than whatever, however old I was this time, like 5 or 6 years old. She used to do that. And I think one time we were gonna go do that. She was gonna take me with her, and to go to like a hair salon where she'd use some people's, and she would go around, bring a new set of jewelry, see if anybody was interested. And so we were getting ready to leave. It was like maybe, it was at some point in the evening. The sun was already starting to set. It was starting to get dark. I was chilling in my parents' room, and I didn't have the light on because I could still see from the light coming into the window. And then my mom's getting ready. I'm already ready to go, I think. My mom's getting ready, and then she comes into the room, and she's looking through her stuff, making sure she's got everything she needs before we go. And then in whichever, like, it was like a little, maybe like a zippy zipper bag, a pretty thin wallet-like kind of thing. And so she's looking for some money that she had. There was like a $20 bill, I believe, either 20 or 50. I'm pretty sure it was 20, but maybe in my brain as a child I thought, whoa, that's a lot of money. And so it could have been 50, it could have been 20. And so she's in there looking for it. It's like, she can't find it. So she goes around to the house, retracing her steps everywhere she's been. She comes back in, looks at it again, I guess. As you should do. You should look multiple times. Sometimes the ketchup is actually in the refrigerator, even though it wasn't there when you checked a second ago. The Schrodinger's ketchup. In this case, she had the Schrodinger's $20 bill. And so then she asked me if I took it. And I said, no, I didn't touch your shit. What the heck? I didn't do nothing. Was it me? Because I didn't. I never touched. I didn't steal money from my parents. Okay, I'm not a certain percentage of the population that commits a certain percentage of the crime. And like, so she didn't believe me. And then she asked me. She kept asking me multiple times. Like, are you sure I didn't take it? Like, she's not gonna. Lying is bad. You shouldn't lie. You shouldn't take things that aren't yours. As if she's like accusing me, as if I actually did take it. But I fucking didn't. I didn't do nothing. Like, literally, actually, legit, didn't do nothing. I wonder if I should block the bridge here. They will probably declare war on me. Oh wait, can I move the Mitsuke? Oh, I can move. Okay, let's go have a look. Let's keep an eye on this guy. Iko Iki. No, I can't see his army. I just want to see if he's making any moves toward me. Do they like me? Who are they? The Ise? Hattori. They are the Hattori. The Hattori are indifferent toward me. Oh, right, they killed my buddy. So I have no trade from them. Do the Hattori want to trade? They're indifferent.
An unexpected meeting may, with hindsight, turn out to be welcome. Let us see what happens here.
Okay, good.
The good sense of your words cannot be denied.
Okay, good. We have trade. And they are now friendly. Okay, well, hopefully that means that they won't declare war on me like a bunch of dicks. But I still don't trust them. I don't trust them. There's something about him that looks a little sussy-wussy. So my mom didn't believe me that I didn't take the money out of her purse thingy. Which I don't know what... A couple days ago, I did that thingy where, that detective puzzle. I don't know if she did any detective work. She's just like, I was just the only one in the house, so I was the only person to suspect to have taken the money. But I didn't. Wasn't me. She must have placed it somewhere else. Then she thought she put it in her purse, in her wallet thingy, but she didn't. And she just coming at me, telling me to give it to her. Basically, she doesn't believe me. She's behaving as if I did take it, and she's trying to use whatever possible logic or argument or whatever thing she could possibly say to get me to give her the money back. But I don't have it. I didn't do nothing. And I don't know how that story resolves itself. I don't know if she told me that she found it. I don't know if she ever apologized for accusing me. I don't know if to this day she still believes that I took it. I don't know how that story ends. I was a kid. Went about my day doing my kid things. And yeah, I don't know. 50%, 37%. Harper philosophy. Guess I'll just stay here. But anyway, both of those stories, I think, are to encapsulate and perfectly illustrate why I think my mom just doesn't like me and believe me or anything I say to this day, when I didn't fucking do anything wrong. I told the truth that I read the story. She didn't believe me. I told the truth that I didn't take the money. She didn't believe me. So I don't know. I don't know if it's just me. Because she definitely treats my brothers as well, like people who have empty brains and can't think for themselves. She treats me and all my brothers exactly the same, and so I don't know. She's just like she raises kids who with good values and religious foundations, and then she doesn't believe us when or she doesn't think we're capable. So. Okay, it's a hell of your own making. You made the bed and now lay in it. So, and maybe that's part of the reason, part of what led me to return the favor, so to speak, in terms of not having much faith in what they say and not taking them seriously. So that I've been thinking about that recently, and. No, I'm not sure what to make of it, other than, yeah, like I said, it's a bit of your own making. You made the bed, now lay in it. That's really all I can think of. But yeah, this story with the library, that reminded me of that time she didn't believe me about the book, and I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just the universe trying to remind me of that story, and then it reminded me of this other tangentially related, thematically similar thing. Okay, back to the spooky big feats.
So the next time I checked out a set of books, it was totally unrelated to what I was looking for, and I gave her an oral report. Well, after that, she didn't question me anymore. She knew I was reading them. So throughout the years, I just kept trying to figure out what it was, and that following summer, the fair came, and this attraction at the fair, it had, see real live Bigfoot, and it had a picture of something similar to what I had seen, but I'm like, that's not what I saw, but it's similar. So I pay my 50 cents, and I go in, and there's this crappy monkey gorilla suit stuffed thing, stretched out about maybe 8 feet long in a box.
Oh no. Fuck. So this province, Mikawa, has horses. Has a pastures for horses. Baby horses. But while it has pastures and I can upgrade it to horse breeders, I do not have a slot here to make think it would be called like the horse stables. So we have access to horses, but we don't have access to mounted cavalry units. Rip. Okay, well I'm gonna have to save up for that then. 1600. Okay, let's save up for 1600. That should be. I can get that next turn. Assuming I don't buy anything else.
And I was sorely disappointed. I was even more pissed off because I lost my 50 cents. And I came out and I said to the guy in that snippish 13-year-old teenage mouth, I said, "That's not a Bigfoot. That's not a Bigfoot." And he says, "Well, what do you know about that, little girl? What do you know about a Bigfoot?" And his attitude was condescending. And I said, "Because I've seen one." And
condescending. She mixed up condensation and condescending. Okay, so I suspect the Hattori are gonna try to fight me. They have a pretty sizable force over here. But I also have the Saito who are now outside of my capital. Oh my, he's got bow samurai. Fuck, dude. Oh no, that's gonna suck. On one hand, it is 3 bow samurai. On the other, we have only probably 2 Yari Ashigaru. Yuri Ashigaru. What should I do here? So he has no... Do I want to fight this guy out here? What is this terrain? It's probably like a wooded hill. What happened? What's up, buddy? I don't know if I want to fight these guys out in the open. So what is his strength? Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Wait. No, he has 9 units. I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. I have 11 units, so I have numbers advantage. Yeah, let me decide here this fight in the south first. And then we'll see how we maneuver up north. That's not a kitty foods, you know that. That's just the oven mitt. Okay, let's see. Wait, we're actually even in numbers? What the Christ? Is this his daimyo? No, it is not his daimyo. Terrain, hilly light forest. Okay, I have 3 bows, he has 2 bows. And I have a Yuri Samurai. What happened? You can't be here during the fight. You're gonna make me press the wrong buttons. Okay, so I have 931 men to his 780. The good thing is that I have... he has no experience on his Yari Ashigaru. And additionally, I outnumber his bows, so... because this is a hilly light forest, I'll probably have to skirmish him. I have greater range, numbers, so I can whittle down his arrows first. I think I'm gonna use this untrained, inexperienced bows to draw their fire. And then I'll try to line up strong on the Yari samurai side. Okay. Totomi Fields, 1547. Fog, wait. Dry, there we go. Okay. He will likely take this hill here. It's very... Oh wait, no, that's he could take this hill. He could take this hill, but that's pretty cringe. He'll probably take this one closer towards the center. In which case we will approach... He might take this hill actually. Closer towards the center. Oh, is this supposed to be the road? It's so tiny. You can hardly even call that a road. I don't think it's supposed to be the road. It just looks weird. A weird texture applied on the grass. Okay, there's a lot of trees on this side. Let me try to place my archers over my bows around this. I think we can fire across the hill, so let's do that. Try to come up this hill, and then I think I can actually bait them toward me because we're gonna have superior arrow fire. Spread out. Let's do loose formation as well. Let's put these guys on the left side. Okay. Okay, that should be everybody, right? Okay. Let's go. Okay, so they did take that initial hill that I suspected they would take. Oh, they're moving forward toward this other hill that I want. Wait. They're being angled. Okay, if they want to angle themselves that way, that's such a... They're gonna adjust as I approach, but... It's too quiet. I need it to be louder. Louder is better. I think if this were an actual player, they would what the heck? Fuck. of here. Go away. I do not have any viruses. Stop trying to tell me I do. Fucking Windows Defender, the liar. If this were an actual player, they'd probably be behind the hill and then reach the crest of the hill as I approach their archer range. Yee-hee-hee-hee. Yee-hee-hee-hee. Okay, so I think I'm gonna want over... Fuck. Which one is my most skilled? Middle. Okay, so the middle archers should be here in this opening, I think. Something like this. Ah, jeez. Okay. I always felt like the Imagawa icon looked like a hair comb. I'm pretty sure everybody says that. Okay, we need to inch forward a little bit, maybe. Closer to this clearing. Might be too close. Fuck him up! Fuck him up! 176. Oh, these guys are getting fucking demolished. Let's grab another volley in there. Switch targets. Okay, they're charging now. Okay, Yari wall. Fuck him up. Okay, they gotta just fire at will. Fuck him up. Okay, now I need my Yari Samurai on this side. Gotta break through here and try to get their general. Get him! Fuck him up!
My lord, a glorious victory will soon be yours.
Nice. Didn't have to do nothing. The experience on my bows are so good. They got another rank up, I think. I deployed at 931, lost 122. They deployed at 780, lost 780. Okay, that was super good. Super duper good. Oh my goodness, my Yari Samurai killed 31. They hardly even engaged in combat. How the Christ. This guy's a hacker. "119 kills. They went from rank 1 to rank 4. Based as fuck. Wait, my inexperienced bows killed 140. They got the most out of my bow kills and they get no experience? No rank up? What? The game is rigged, bruh. Rigged, I say. Okay, let's move. Let's take these dudes. Now let's take this. Two of these guys to capture Suruga. How to resolve. I feel like I could take Kai next. But the Hojo have 2 provinces bordering as opposed to the Takeda only have 1. Oh, we have thingies here. We already have a school. Can I grab archery dojo? No. Sword school? No. Stables? No. Encampment. Minus 10% cost to recruitment. And plus 10% to replenishment. Market? No. Siege engineer's workshop? No. Buddhist temple? What is our religion? I think it's Shinto Buddhism, alright. Right. Yeah, Shinto Buddhism. Okay, so these guys gotta move up. The question is, do I want to fight this here right now? I have 2 Yari Samurai, so it might be worth it. Let's do that. Let's engage here. What? He has... he has 4 bow samurai and 1 Yari Ashigat. Okay. Plains battle. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, it looks like they have a hill over here. You said it was a plains battle and now there's hills? What'd you lie to me for? 2 rains? Dry, perfect. おーですね。ありがとうございます。Okay, so I always think they're gonna defend here, but they typically never do. They are more often than not on this hill at the start. Or sometimes over here, I think. Yeah, I think I've seen them up here once. Okay, so they're probably gonna be up there. Ugh, fuck. This is gonna suck because... Okay, so... I'm gonna use my center. Is gonna be Yari Ashigaru. There's potentially a second battle afterward against the Hattori, so I think I want to conserve... reduce losses. In which case, let's put everything into loose formation. Maybe a bit too wide for this wooded corridor. It's definitely way too wide. Let's do another file. Actually, I think that's fine. I think the bows are okay being super far apart. Fuck. Okay. If they're gonna be here, I'm gonna want my Ashika, my Yari Samurai on the right side. These guys are gonna take the flank, the right flank. What's up, buddy? What happened? Okay. What? You fucked up my my thingy. What happened? You fucked up my entire formation. Okay, that's more like it. Seems good. Let's go. Yep, they're up in that hill as I expected. It's gonna be a fucking massacre, I think. It's kind of like storming the beaches of Normandy. You just gotta run up there. This might suck. I think that middle opening could be worth it. It would definitely... Oh, they're pulling back? What a bunch of pussies. They have the high ground and the defense and they're still pulling back? I honestly might just be able to push him off the hill if he keeps moving as a posture. Oh, they're just barely in range. Fuck. Oh, they're in range now. Fuck up their bows. Let's see if we can sneak through this way. Fuck, we're engaged in here. Unlucky, it's not what I wanted. Oh no, my other guys are fucked. Let's see if I can go for there. Not as perfect as I had hoped, but it's not, I think unfortunately I lost too much.
My lord, a glorious victory will soon be yours.
This fucker was trying to get to my archers. Thankfully we're okay. It was not a perfect victory, but I think we should be okay if we try to defend. I deployed 710. I lost 230. That is not ideal. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They have 13 on their stack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 versus 13. Can I move? I can move these guys out of here. The question is, should I hold the bridge? I think I have to hold the bridge here. Seems like my best option. Including those reinforcements there. Should be good. I feel like they're gonna attack me next turn regardless. We'll see.
Then he got interested. He started asking me, where did I see one? When did I see one? And I just, kind of just threw my head back and walked on to the rest of the fair. And I didn't have a satisfaction of not telling him. I was just really disappointed that, it was fake and that I lost my money. So as the years go by, I watch monster programs on TV and, we get more and more information. And then the Patterson film came out. Now, this is really odd because I never remembered when the Patterson-Gimlin film came out. I knew it was 67, but I didn't know when. And I looked it up last night, and it was October 20th, 1967. And it happened to me October 21st, 1966. And I'm like, how creepy is that? That's so close to, I mean, like a year later. And I'm thinking at the time that there were, you know, back when it came out, that there were only one kind of Bigfoot. So I'm watching, you know, stuff, and believe it or not, even though I'm a baby boomer and I'm 65, us baby boomers are the ones that really got technology going. So I keep up. You know, I may not know about a lot of things, but if somebody gives me a suggestion about something, I check it out. So I used to use YouTube just for, you know, makeup, gardening, that sort of thing. It never occurred to me the outlet and the many channels on Sasquatch that there were. And I also had, you know, I have Amazon Prime. And I saw this one guy, Todd Standing, and he talked for a few minutes about his latest documentary video. So I went to Amazon Prime, and or was it Netflix? I can't remember. And I pulled it up and I watched the whole thing. As I watched it, and he put pictures up of these creatures that he saw, and there was one creature, and I think he calls it Jake. It's dark brown, dark face,
I'm so
dark
spooked. He's gonna
eyes,
bite me.
got hair on its face. And this was March of this year. And all of a sudden, an explosion of more memories was coming out of my head. I remember I was even lightheaded. I remember that so clearly that day that I was watching it. And then I had to go find more information, because I said, that's what I saw. That's what I saw, except it didn't have all that hair, but that face. If you take all that hair off of that face, then you see a human face underneath that, and that's what I saw. And it just, I was I was high, so to speak, you know, because it was like, yay, I found it. And then after that, I was like into every YouTube channel to listen to everybody's stories. I wanted to know if anybody else had seen anything in my area, if anybody else had seen one that was white or silver or gray or whatever. I'm listening voraciously to everything I can find, and I found your channel, and I liked listening to your channel because I liked people telling their stories without all this other crap going on, or multiple, I have to say multiple hosts, because I've listened to other podcasts, and it was too confusing, because you didn't have a one-on-one conversation with a person. So I liked yours, and then I decided to write my story up, and I sent it to Bigfoot Case Files, because I listened to hers, and all she did was read what people sent in, or showed a video clip and the person narrating what they sent in. There was no...
He's got a massive army now. Oh no. Son comes of age, however. I'll check him out in a second. Bountiful harvest. Grateful populace are plenty. Let's go with grateful populace. Distribute surplus.
Fields of autumn gold. Hard work reflects in water. The harvest gathered.
Nice. Oh my goodness, he's got a fucking massive army. He's gonna try to fuck me up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 14 with at least probably 2 generals. And then another 2 units here. Can I try to... Oh, fuck, I don't have enough money to bribe him. Fuck. Fucky wucky. -1 and +1. Oh, I think that's what I forgot to do last turn. I forgot to re-enable my my taxes. That's why if I had done that properly last time, then I would have been able to afford more troops here on the defense. I don't think these guys are going to be fast enough to reach the north in time. But I also don't want to abandon my... I don't want to abandon my capital. Let's move this guy back over here to Suruga. Continue moving these guys back up toward Owari. Okay, let's look up the heir. Oda Nobunaga. Best command. He's already got a little bit of command. Okay, so if we add that, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So if I stack these guys up, then we are just 1 unit shy. I think holding the bridges definitely definitely much better odds than trying to let them pass and march into Mikawa. Okay, so we're trading with Kai, with Takeda. Hojo has no military garrison here. Where the heck is his military? He's probably expanding eastward. I'm just scared of this guy over here. It's my biggest concern. He might not be able to use these last 2 recruitment or reinforcement guys. Oh wait, we have the spear next turn. Oh, but he's gonna attack before next turn. Technically, he'll attack this turn. What to do? Oh my god, he's just constantly shuffling units toward me. Fuck this guy. He's got like a whole train of units constantly pushing toward me. What the heck? Okay. This could be catastrophic over here, but I suspect we'll be okay. Oh no, I'm so scared. I'm actually legit scared. Me is the spooked. Let me... My son, let me assign you. The heir cannot be a commissioner. What? Unlucky. Okay, my other son, quickly catch up to speed. How old is he right now? He's 11. This guy's 14 and he's already okay. This guy must be a good commander then. Oh, okay, let's see what happens. He's gonna fight me. He's gonna fight me. Oh, there's Hojo troops. Oh my god, just keeps stacking up. Oh, he's going for Saito. Okay. I think because I stacked up on the bridge, he's going for Saito. If I had not stacked up on the bridge. Wait a second. Masters of Sojutsu. This is an auspicious day indeed, my lord. We have successfully accomplished this mission for the greater good of the clan and can now reap the benefits of our efforts. I think this +2 charge bonus would be super useful when I use my Yari Samurai. Yeah, let's do this one, strategy of attack, and then we'll head from... We'll get off Bushido for a bit. And head toward Way of Chi. Oops. Let's move these guys south. And these guys will continue the trek north. そうですね。呼んで、三菱トヨタ。Okay, I've got a pretty sizable army. I am quite certain. Phew. Okay, well, since it didn't fight me, let's go ahead and keep listening to my spooky stories.
Judgment, there was nothing, just send it in. So I did that, and I sent, after she told me it was ready, I sent the link to family members and very close friends that I can trust, because I knew that they would give me an honest opinion, and they would just tell me whatever. And honestly, I did not even tell anybody. I told my husband of 36 years in 2000, and he said, I believe you. I'm from upstate New York, and we get a lot of weird stuff up there, particularly UFOs. And I said, oh, thank goodness. Okay, so he knows, he has his thing and I have my thing. And then this past summer, I told it to my 2 grandchildren, 9 and 7. And of course, they believed me, but my 9-year-old grandson, he asked for details. He asked for lots of details, and I'm giving him, I mean, he's interrogating me.
He's like me.
And I'm giving him as much.
Her grandson's like me. I am the big feats researcher, the big feats scholar. That's me.
It's possible. And he says, I believe you, Grandma Gigi. He says, I really do. I believe you. And of course, my granddaughter said, well, I believe you too, but she goes skipping off. But he stays, and he asked me more questions. And I felt really good. And then at some point from March to now, I sent an email to Dr. Jeff Meldrum, because he was in Todd Standing's documentary. And I thought, okay, I'm not going to bother Todd, but Dr. Meldrum believes that there is some sort of creature out there, and I'm going to email him and give him a short synopsis of my encounter. And when I emailed him, he emailed me back in 20 minutes. I was shocked. And he asked me some questions about how they stood, what their hands looked like. And it was at that time I remembered, oh my goodness, I did see a hand. I saw the palm, and the palm was empty. It was, your hand as it hangs down, your fingers are kind of curved a little bit. And he asked me, did I see it walk away? And I said, no, I didn't see it walk away. He had asked me about the rest of its body, how its head looked. And the only thing I remembered about the head was as that I couldn't see, we have our head and then we have that little curve in the back where our neck is. And I didn't see a curve. It was just head straight down to the butt and then, to the legs. But the back was the definition where the big part was. And he was very, very nice. And I felt really vindicated by him responding to me and was being nice enough to ask me more questions about what I saw. It was sometime around then that my reoccurring dream of what happened to me at camp stopped. And I started remembering, like I said, it was really close. Maybe it might have been maybe 2 or 3 days after I saw Standing's video that I emailed Dr. Meldrum, and my dreams stopped. And sometimes when I'm listening to these Bigfoot stories, I get little clips of memory in my head of what I saw. It's never going to change. He's never going to turn and face me. It was just that little turn, a little bit of a turn where I can barely see a little bit of its chest. It's never going to change, but I remember more detail. That's what's coming out in my head, whereas before I didn't. So coming forward, when Bigfoot Case Files narrated my story, I got a telephone call the next day from a cousin of mine that's 71. He was in the Vietnam War, and he said, so, you saw Bigfoot? And I said, oh, I haven't heard from you in a long time. I said, what's up? I said, you listened to my narration. I said, how did you know it was me? He said, I just knew. He said, I just knew it was you. You described where you lived and that sort of thing. There was enough in there that I figured out it was you.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think a lot of times when kids have encounters, it'll generally come out in nightmares and dreams, and I think it's just a human way of dealing with a traumatic event. Even though the creature didn't attack you, it's a traumatic event. It's like, what is this saying? And it's interesting, too, the behavior of the creature, and I find it, as you and I were talking earlier, Shirley, I was telling you that sometimes, they do snag kids, in my opinion. This is just my opinion. I think they snag kids, and definitely.
I'm not sure what to do here in the east. I'm trading with Takeda, but they are allied with Hojo. So, picking a fight with these guys will fuck up my trade relation, my trade partner. And he's also got 2 borders with me here. He's at Kai and at South Shinano. Wait, he's got all this territory up here as well? Uh-oh, he's getting strong. That's not good. Hojo also has Musashi and Shimosa. These guys are pretty strong. I mean, I guess I'm sizable as well in comparison. Well, my immediate neighbors are Hattori, Takeda, and Hojo. I am trading with Hojo and Hattori, so my only non-diplomatic suicide target would be Hojo. However, he and Takeda, if they decide to engage in a defensive alliance, to withhold, to keep their diplomacy intact, Takeda will eventually, or right away, attack me in response. So the question is, do I want to risk a single front? Do I prefer the current immediate single front war or a potential 1, 2, 3, technically 4-fronted war? Oh no. I think I want to go for Hojo here. It doesn't seem like he has much military. Okay, so Takeda technically has one less province than both myself and Hojo. It's gonna take forever to get these staples up and running. He's got fire bombs in here. Oh no. He's upgrading to a fortress. We could use that. Okay, I will move here towards Hojo then. Let's see if I can sabotage these guys. 43% chance. But he failed. Okay. Next turn we should be able to head toward Izu. And then we'll figure out what we do up here north. These guys are Anki. Scary times. Scary and spooky times. Who has Omi? Is it? Iko Iki has Omi. Okay, I think this is good here for this turn. Yeah. if Takeda instantly turns on me, that's gonna be pretty sad. But I hope we'll be okay. No biggie, no biggie. Right? We're good buddies. We're pals, right? War were declared. This clan has declared war on you, Hattori. Fuck. Their allies are the shogunate. Alright then.
When next?
No, I lost my fucking dude. We're gonna need another Matsuke. Give me that guy there. We have the sword school. Do we have the horses yet? Horsies. Is it horsey time yet? Nope, 2 more turns for horsies. Where did this guy's fire bombs go? Probably hiding over here. They might be hiding here as well. But we gotta do it. We gotta go grab Isu. Let's go talk to these buddies. Yo, Hojo.
Speak your pretty speech, but do not imagine for one moment that words alone will sway our opinions.
Okay, so it looks like if I declare war, Takata will instantly join. The clan you're about to declare war on may call upon their allies to bear arms against you. If their allies are also allies of yours, you may want to cancel your declaration of war. However, keep in mind that their allies may refuse the call to arms. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Let's do it. Oh, fuck.
Very well.
Takeda does join. Oh no. Okay, let's grab this real quick. Just auto-resolve. It's a fortress. Why did he upgrade it instantly to a fortress? Weird. But okay, buddy. Okay, buddy, if you say so. -9. -5 happiness? They're so angry. Okay, so now I have a 1, 2, 3 front war. I'm at war with three different buddies. Okay, technically a four front war. Sugura is kind of a little bit exposed now, unfortunately.
Kill them or do whatever, because there's a lot of weird accounts where parents are walking down trails and the kid just vanishes. He's nowhere to be found. And there's a lot of weird stories you can read of where it kind of points towards these things. But then there's a lot of encounters where they don't, where they're just kind of curious, and like you said, you're really no threat. I mean, really, what are you going to do to it? You know, it just kind of looked down at you, you're no threat. You didn't scream, you didn't really react, so there's no point in it reacting, and it probably left. Would you say it looked more human-like?
Oh yes, oh yes. If anyone listening will go and find Todd Standing's photo, it's the one that he uses the most, of the Bigfoot that's dark-skinned, dark hair, and just imagine all of the hair off the face basically the same, and just hair halfway down the forehead. That's human. To me, that was like, I don't understand. My brain was scrambled. It didn't understand how I could see this gigantic thing with exceptionally long arms way down below, way down like our arms. I'm standing up now. My arms are like at my thigh level, and this one was down by its knees, and it didn't make sense in my head. But that's the face that I saw. And like I said, it was just too human, and I think that's what scrambles the brain. What confuses a lot of people is that they stop because it's human looking in the face. Most of them. Some look like more a gorilla with plastic surgery done, I guess. That's the only way I can describe it. But, it didn't stop me throughout my adult years from going camping. I've camped in the Sequoia National Forest. I've camped up in Lake Alpine in California. That's not far from Bear Valley. I still did camping. But one of the things that I didn't do when I went camping is I didn't go to sleep until everybody else in camp was asleep. And that started with me, I think, probably in my late teens. And I couldn't remember why all of a sudden, when I used to be an early bird, now I'm a night owl. And I can't go to sleep until the whole house is asleep and quiet. And I don't know. I don't get that. But, at some point my brain will figure it out.
Well, I think it affects everyone in different ways, especially this encounter. Thank God it wasn't aggressive with you. And they are campsite robbers. I mean, they will come in and take your food, take your stuff in the middle of the night. And you probably caught this thing in the middle of the act. You guys were making marshmallows. You guys were, cooking up hot dogs.
He was just hungry.
You could probably smell that miles and miles away. And it probably brought them in to find out what's going on here. I'm ready to eat. And it was probably stolen through camp when you crawled out of your sleeping bag. And again, being a kid, I mean, really, you're no threat. There's really no sense. And, you made no motion. You didn't do anything. And I think a lot of times their behavior, not always, but most of the time, their behavior is reactionary. They'll react to what you're doing. If you scream,
that's what I've heard.
They'll scream. If you pull out a gun and point it at them, they're going to react.
What? If you pull out a gun and point it at them, they're going to pull out a gun and point it at you too? What the heck?
If you...
He's got a gun!
A lot of times, if you don't do anything, I think it throws them off. I don't think they're really not really sure how to react when you don't do anything. And I think in your situation, the fact that you didn't really put the light in its eyes, you just kind of crawled out, looked at it, you're probably half awake. It looked down at you, realized it had been caught, but then again, you're just a little kid. You're no threat, so there's really no sense in tormenting you or killing you, or, you know, it's probably why it wasn't there. It was probably there for food.
Holy
It probably
Christ.
smelled the marshmallows, the s'mores you guys were cooking, the hot dogs you guys were cooking, and wanted to come in and get some food. That's probably what it was doing.
Yeah, I think so too. Also, I've thought about the fact that that's the place where they take the kids camping from that from Camp Green Meadows, science camp. That's probably the same place they take kids all the time, and it's learned that that's where food could be, or its
no, it's got
family,
a
or
massive
whatever
army.
it is. And I understand that most people have said that they're nocturnal, and I think that they are as well. But they're like us. I think they have learned to hide, and the best way to hide is to go shopping at night, so your friends don't see you without makeup on. So you do things at night that will keep you hidden from other people. And I bet it's gone through that same camp area that the kids camp out at all the time. And I don't know if anybody else has seen it, but I've thought about that throughout the years.
Yeah, and I think most people who have an encounter, I think that they will tell you about reoccurring dreams. They will tell you about reoccurring nightmares of these things. And, the fact that you were a little kid when this happened, I mean, it's over 50 years ago this happened. I could see it sticking with you through your dreams throughout the night, and trying, because like I said, it is a traumatic event. I mean, you saw something you weren't supposed to see. It doesn't exist, right? These things aren't out there,
Yeah.
And so I think if it would have been a bear or any other predator, it probably would have attacked you. It probably would have killed you.
Exactly, and I would have screamed bloody murder as soon as I've seen it, because I've camped throughout the years, and we have had bears, come into camp. We put up our little bear alarm thing, and it would wake us up in the middle of the night, and they're mostly juveniles, and I'm screaming bloody murder, bear, So I couldn't scream, because what was I going to scream? In my brain, what was I going to say? And also, I couldn't tell anybody, because number one, I'm in junior high, and junior high school kids are terrorists. They're terrible. That's the worst time of any kid's life, because we're all going through puberty and all this other crazy stuff, and it's just horrible. And I was smart enough to realize that I didn't want a labeled nickname that would label me as a crazy kid, or, because I know that could affect the rest of your life. I know people now whose nicknames labeled them for all of their life, and now they're in their late 50s and 60s, and they don't want you to say their nickname anymore. They want their adult name, because I think that nickname bothered them so much. So I was not about to tell anybody about this thing I saw, and I never did. The first person I told was my husband in 2000.
Yeah, it's amazing how it affects all of us, especially after you have an encounter. I want to ask you, Shirley, what do you think Sasquatch is? Let's say your grandson were to ask you, Gigi, what is Sasquatch? What would you say to him?
Well, I'll tell you what I told him. I told him, well, if you go and look up on your tablet, how much human DNA is in chimpanzees and how much human DNA is in gorillas. I said, so then you look that up. I think that Sasquatch has maybe 5%, like 99.5% of human DNA, because of the videos that I've watched and listened to, and the calls, and people talking about the gibberish. I think that they have undeveloped vocal cords because they, maybe not vocal cords, but some sort of sound box because they can mimic so many different creatures, like a parrot or any other bird that can talk. They can mimic, and they can learn, and because they've learned
Gotta stack
throughout
up
history
18.
to stay away from man, and they've learned which berries and plants that they can eat, and like you can teach chimps and gorillas how to sign language and how to use
Holy
a brush
fuck.
to paint. I believe these creatures are our next in line cousin. You've got chimps, you got gorillas, then I think you have them with that very small percentage, as close to us as possible, of humans because of their faces. And I still think that they're in the great ape family, but they're our first cousin. That's what I think that they are, but not human. The first cousin in the ape family. And my grandson went and he looked all this up, and he came back to me some hours later and said, "So Grandma," he said, "so you think that even though they're like gorilla type people, they're just big gorilla type people that's like really, really, close to us, like my cousin Brian is close to me." And I said, "Yeah." I said, "But your cousin Brian is a human being. So imagine your cousin Brian being a gorilla." And he had this thoughtful look on his head. He was kind of puzzled. I said, "Just keep looking it up. You'll figure it out." So that's what I think that they are. They're our first cousin, but in the ape family.
Interesting. Very interesting answer. Although I have a few family members I could probably classify as gorillas. I'll probably have to edit that out. But anyway, yeah, it's I understand what you're saying. And there is situations like that. There's other situations where they don't look human at all. They look more like a monkey or a chimpanzee, but they do have human characteristics. But I've heard a lot of encounters where hunters have them in their crosshairs, and they will not pull the trigger because they are afraid they're going to be brought down on murder charges. And I've talked to a lot of those guys, and I'll ask them, "Was it human?" And they'll say, "No, it was not a human." And I'll say, "Why didn't you pull the trigger?" And they're like, "Well, it looked human. It had human characteristics. It had expressions that were like human-like. So I had a hard time just executing something just to execute something," which I respect that. I understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
But, you could be right. They could definitely be an offshoot of us, because there's a lot of people. I mean, I know you listen to the show, and thank you for listening, but I know a lot of people come on and they will say, "You take all the hair off that thing and it looks like a giant human." And so it makes you really wonder what are these things? Really, what are these things? And why the different behavioral, why does one act one way and then another one, like the one you came across? It could care less you were there. Might have been curious to figure out what you were or why you were looking at it, but it wasn't really going to attack you. It wasn't going to kill you. It really wasn't there for that purpose. And then in other situations where people come across these things, they act like they want to kill us for no reason. And so maybe it is more animalistic, but they do have some. I'm glad you brought up the chimpanzee, because I think you're right. I think a chimpanzee has like 98% of the same DNA we have. And there's a very small difference in their DNA as opposed to us. So it is kind of fascinating to look into it and figure out what these things are. And I really appreciate you coming on and sharing it, over 50 years later, sharing this encounter and taking the time to come on the show. I really do appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome. But, I do have a comment about why certain people have had certain experiences. And I thought, okay, in my hypothesis, if they're like our first cousins, they react to us how their experiences have been in their life, just like we react to our environment based on our own experiences. and maybe I don't want to go to a certain store because I was treated horribly by them years and years ago, and maybe I'm not ready to go back there, or I don't want to watch these type of movies because they really bother me and I can't sleep at night. And I believe that I think around the country, just like us, there are different ones around the country, and through their different experiences with human beings around the country, it shapes them as they get older to how they react to us when they see them. Now, as a human being, if you're walking in, down the road and somebody raises a gun, you know how you're going to react. Or someone has a stick in their arm, in their hand, and they look like they're going to hit you. Yeah, you know how you're going to react. You instinctively know when something is a threat. Or if I see a black widow spider and it's on its way into my house, I'm going to kill it because that's a bad thing. And so I feel like in their environment, in their territory, when they've had bad experiences with people before and they couldn't get somebody to leave by throwing rocks or doing whatever else they do to harass us to get us to leave, and they've had a bad experience, if they run across someone in their territory, that person is the one that's going to get the really bad experience from them. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand completely what you mean. I guess it is kind of human nature. I mean, I have a good friend of mine. I wouldn't say he's a great friend, but he's a friend of mine. And he's basically a racist. And one time I asked him, I said, "What is your deal? I don't understand why
He just
why
likes
you like this?"
NASCAR.
And he was robbed when he was younger by a black guy. I guess it's more politically correct to say African American. And I was like,
we're all kinds. It just depends.
well, and it's like I told him, I was like, so you don't like all African American? That not everyone's like that. Not every white guy is like that. Not every Asian guy is like that. You can't judge your one-time experience with someone and then blanket everyone across the board. So I guess, and maybe that's a really terrible example. I probably shouldn't even said that. But what I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying. I mean, you can't judge. But I guess it's human nature for us to do that. It's I walk into a bar and I have a shaved head and I have tattoos and I'm a big guy, and I've had white supremacists come up to me and start talking to me like we're old friends. And I'm like, I'm not with you guys. I'm not in the same.
Buddy?
You guys are on a different planet.
I
than
recognized you from the
guys need to
Klan
go.
rally last month.
But maybe it's their experience, that you see a white guy with shaved head, tattoos, he must be a white supremacist, he must be one of our brothers, and then they find out really quick, I'm not. I got nothing to do with their feelings, or I want nothing to do with that. And so I guess it is human nature. Maybe that's another terrible example, but I guess it is human nature that, and maybe with these things, you're right. It's sometimes when dogs are abused by a male, they'll love female humans, but they hate males. They hate all males. So, maybe
Kill
you're
all
onto something there.
males.
Maybe through all my terrible examples, maybe you're onto something there.
No, I've thought, once, like I said,
I might get
my
demolished
brain
here. Let's see.
exploded. Once I saw that video and saw that face, I've thought a lot about it, and I've listened to hundreds.
Okay, here we go. Let's fucking go. Oh my god, he's got 3, 6, 6, 12. He's got 18. I have 10. My 10 stack versus his 18 stack. He's got a spare of 8 units. 6 of which are 6 of which are samurai, 3 of which are bombers. So what I could do is use those bombers to my advantage. Try to get them to friendly fire. How about would I do that though? I had to look at the layout of the battlefield. Try to see if I can find a good defense position. Because they're the ones who are gonna have to come to me, huh? We are not going to retreat. We're going to fight this. This is my fucking my daimyo, so if he dies, the sun takes over, and then probably the sun's gonna die next turn. Depending on if I get spit roasted by Takeda and Hattori. Okay, let's fucking do it. This is gonna be a rough one, but it's just we do have a hill, a small little hill over here. However, I do not have any samurai. They're all Ashigaru.
戦を迎える今、お主らの大名であってよかったと改めて思う。いざ、上りを高く掲げ、我らの進軍を敵に知らせるのじゃ。敵軍の指揮は藩主自ら取っておるようじゃ。あの首を取った者には褒美を与えるぞ。北条侍は誠実な武士ではない。浪人以下だ。土くれ相手に汗水垂らして、それが武君だと偽る農民に他ならん。この霧は良くもあり悪くもある。我らを敵の目から隠しもするが、相手の動きをも隠す。皆の者、心してかかれ。今日の戦、お主らに不名誉は一切ない。お主らは一門の歴史に名誉ある一環を書き加えるだけじゃ。
Oh, jeez. So that sounds. So I think this hill over here. How am I? I do have one samurai. So that. This is monkeys? They're like monkeys. I thought it was like a. I thought it was a monkey.
I thought that one was like the kitty rock.
What? I thought it said enlarged for devil.
Oh, yeah.
Is he got evil things? Dang, he's gonna get a fucking echo. Okay, maybe a wooded hill would be better. I feel like I would prefer prefer fighting on this main hill, but maybe this western one would be better. Okay, we're gonna sacrifice first hour. Oh my god, it's gonna be a pain. I don't know if I can hide. Is that you?
So what?
You fucker. Okay, I think I'm gonna hide these samurai back here. See if get a good flank. Stop, you fucker!
I'm not doing that. It's Jack Skellington. Look, it's literally Jack Skellington.
Okay, so these get. These dudes will be the reserves. Then.
It's a silver one. A great general must be able to defeat distractions.
Stop! Stop!
Are these like abundance or something?
Yes.
If it is, there's a specter. Did you? Oh, sorry, I'm not distracted.
That's okay.
Did you see the news?
But the submarine? Oh, the thingy. But yeah, the. What's it? The military guys.
The Navy.
The Navy. They heard about the implosion
Yeah,
when it happened.
They have their, their sensors where they can hear
Mhm.
in the ocean to make sure there's no like enemy submarines and stuff. Well, they heard an explosion. Like those sonar detectors are really sensitive, and they can. You're looking for submarines who are trying not to be found,
Mhm.
so they have to make it super sensitive. They heard a really loud noise around the time that the thingy lost contact with the support ship.
Rip.
I don't think they were like in contact with the support ship.
No.
But once the support ship said, "Hey, this thing is missing," the Navy had when that thing happened, they usually report that because maybe it's the Chinese people's way. Or the Russians.
Straight, you bitch!
Russia.
Drink water, you dehydrated
Sit
bitch!
straight. I can't sit straight. I'm gonna lose. Sitting straight will ruin my. Sitting straight and drinking water will ruin my chances. That's the current superstition here. Also, hello. How are you? Yeah. She's the one who did the drink water. You hydrated bitch. It's Kura. Pretty sure my daimyo here is gonna die, cause.
So, but this was all on Sunday, right? Because it was like a Father's Day thing.
Oh,
with
the
billionaire.
submarine stuff.
Yeah.
So wait, there was a guy and a son and father
Yeah,
aboard.
yeah.
Okay.
Apparently, the son didn't want to go, but he went anyway with his dad for Father's
Oh
Day.
no.
According to the family, maybe they're gonna make up whatever they want to make up. But according to the family, the son didn't want that 19-year-old. People call me he's a kid, whatever. He's what call him a kid. When tragedy happens, you call them children.
Yeah.
But apparently, he didn't want to go. Maybe I'm just gonna say that probably was just cope.
He wanted to stay home playing League.
He gave up something to be with his dad
Yeah.
at his final moment. So I guess that's not forced. That's something. Maybe he didn't want that to be also be his final moments, but anyway, that's like beside the point. It probably was instant. They probably heard some creaking and they got kind of nervous, and then it was just over because they found fragments of the ship.
What would have been the explosion? The banging that they heard at like 30-minute intervals.
That's the tinfoil hat, because
Oh, that was the Navy to try to.
the Navy. So there's a couple. What I think happened is the Navy got this blip on their sonar thing, a really loud noise, something that, if you have the context of, oh, there's this missing submersible, you know, if they heard that, like, okay, that probably was the thing exploding. But you don't want to immediately give up hope, right? So they're saying, if it's around, you know, they have this much time to live, or oxygen or whatever. But then why would the Navy also come out later, a few days later, and say, oh, we heard this banging and implosion? Like, the differences would be huge. So the banging was just aliens, and the huge explosion was the submersible exploding. Imploding. Yeah, so now the tinfoil hatters are like, they were trying to distract us from something. Sure, maybe, or they just wanted to have hope that it didn't have a catastrophic failure.
Yeah, maybe.
Our hidden units have been discovered,
You know, hopefully, because you know you got your two situations. One, catastrophic failure, your submersible just exploded, it imploded, whatever. It went into millions. Or two, you just had an electrical issue and you can no longer contact the thing. You know, you want to hope for the second one and keep looking.
It's too foggy. I can't see shit.
So, but yeah, there's a good chance that the fact that they heard that huge noise and they can line it up on the timeline of when the thing lost contact, and that's pretty much confirmed that the thing
Almost
exploded.
instantly.
Yeah, that's why they lost contact, because the vessel was destroyed.
Rip.
On the plus side, if you want to, or on the, they didn't suffer as much as
Yeah.
they could have.
Yeah, cause
Being trapped in that tube for days probably is the worst way to go than instantly being demolished from.
yeah.
Like, they both suck. The last few seconds probably were miserable, but there probably was not very much suffering. If you want to view it as
Yeah, if that's a plus
positive.
side, yeah.
Our general is in great
Being surrounded by a
danger, my
few people
lord.
who are all low on oxygen would be an awful way to go.
Yeah.
So people are going to start panicking, and then they're I'm sure everyone's going to make a video about it. The government was trying to keep this hidden. Sure, or they just want to give people hope because you want to be happy, you want to be hopeful.
Yeah.
I think it probably was really nefarious. It also could have been like, hey guys, we saw this, should we announce it? Or should we wait until the timeline of the secondary option if they're just running out of oxygen? I don't know when they found the debris. I haven't seen the report. They announced they found debris, but I don't know when they found that.
I assume it was fairly recently because that's what they announced
Well,
today,
what it
right?
is they we're past the this is why the tinfoil hatters are taking that ammo. We're past the timeline of oxygen. So whether or not they found the debris or heard the explosion, they're out of oxygen. So if they're still the vessel is still
Oh my goodness.
they're probably dead.
Oh my god, that guy went flying.
But if they found the debris before the timeline of oxygen, would they just hold that information? Pretty weird.
No! Well, my samurai are gone, but I think they did a heroic stand here holding off 4 entire units. Okay, if I can just kill their general with my archers, should be good. Holy fuck, we won!
Scaring them off as it
It is, they had 18 full stack units. I had 10. Oh my goodness.
They were just scaredy cats.
They killed themselves with their own bombers. Their own fire bombers. Oh, I don't want to continue. I want to end. Or actually, should I continue? No, they're too far away. Grr. No, yeah, quit battle. Close victory. Elusive strike force. Have all your army except the general hidden simultaneously. What? Whew. Oh, no! My super strong Yari samurai are gone. There's only 2 left. Well, I mean, they're the reason we won, so they have performed their service extraordinarily well. They got 80 kills and held off 4 whole units. 131 kills, 151 kills. My bows didn't get shit. Probably too many trees in the way. They kept hitting the trees instead. Uh-oh. Takeda's coming from the north, and also they're pushing up this way. Could I... they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bows. Okay. I think I'm gonna finish after this fight. We'll see. Oh, this is Takeda Shingen! If I can kill him, then that'll be their daimyo. Oh shit. Oh shit, you done goof. You made a big mistake. Okay, my goal here is to kill their daimyo.
敵どもに織田の底力を見せる時が来た。各々の役目を心得、お家のために尽くせ。そして殺して殺して殺しまくるのじゃ。一歩たりとも後退せんぞ。わしは最後まで戦う。お主らもきっと同じ考えであろう。敵方では武田軍が待ち構えて奇妙な旗印を掲げているからといって士気の低い臆病なたわけどもなどと侮るなかれ。ここは実にすごいよの。大屋島広しといえどこれにかなう城はないじゃろう。我が軍の力が加わらばその凄さが増すというものじゃ。おたけびを上げて誉れ高きアラムシャ軍団織田家の気概を
Show those idiots. Okay. It would be quite a miracle if I could pull off a victory, but I do not foresee. Oh, hold on, hold on. We have a lot of terrain here that we can use to our advantage. What are lines of sight? Entrance here and here. Ah, geez, they have a massive army. This is no good. No good. Okay, if I were them, where would I enter from? Probably from here. or here. Probably, I guess, where the roads are. Makes sense. Let's assume they're... Hey, Patches, let's assume they're coming from this side, the east. Watch out, buddy, I can't see. If I lose, it's because the kitty is in the way. It's not my fault. Okay, so the range is up to here. Ah, it'd be a fucking pain in the ass if they're actually over this side. Okay, let's put my infantry basically right in the middle. Oh my god. You can't play with the mouse. I'm using it. This is a life or death situation. I gotta kill their general. You can't be here right now. Play after, okay? Once I finish, we can play. Okay. Okay, so my primary objective is to kill their general. A secondary, or... Okay. Technically, the primary objective is to win. To win the battle against, like, their infinite army. However, if I can't, my secondary objective, which I will consider a victory, is to kill their general. So I'm gonna try to use this hill here. This incline. For my Yari wall. Either here or here, whichever direction they decide to enter from. And then just maintain fire from the walls. Okay, let's go. He's got dudes on both sides. Those are just Yari or Shigaru. Let's go for this side. Oh, he's got more dudes there.
General is in grave danger, my lord!
Okay, let's see if I can grab this general here. So I think this general did die. Oh, hold on. Fuck him up! Fuck him up! Oh my goodness, there's fucking 3 samurai over here. No! Fuck, unlucky. I don't think I got their daimyo, unfortunately. Does this one have? Oh, it's like half. He's way over here!
Our general has fallen, my lord.
Unluck. See if we can at least snipe this guy. Snipe? Snipe? No! Not this guy, get this guy! Come on, buddy. I know you guys can do it. I know you guys can do it. Oh, these guys lived with 4. Unluck. Unlucky. Oh my god, they're gonna fire now! It took them like fucking half an hour. Unluck. That guy's so lucky. He lived with like no health. No, yeah, no Naruto music this time.
Our entire unit has perished, my lord.
Yeah, this guy had a super massive army. What the heck? Super massive army against a tiny defense. Okay, well, I won the... Good thing I moved the sun out of here. Oh, hold on. I could fight him rematch right away. Hold on. I get a second chance. So I lost. I won. Fuck Christ. To get civil insight. I won this fight down here. The daimyo lived. Surprisingly, we won. This is the sun right here. I do have 2 Yari samurai here. Okay, this has to be the last fight, and then I'll finish for today. Have any other surprise military troops somewhere? Nope. Nothing. Okay, we'll go with this. This unit of Yari samurai is basically dead. They have 3 of their bows are left at 69. Nice meme. Okay, I like these odds way better. Okay, last fight. Second chance to kill Takeda Shingen. Should be way easier this time. Rain. There we go. Okay, they're gonna take... Oh, I think they like this hill here. Probably gonna take this hill. I think I want to attack from these up these 2 ramps. I'll try to use my Yari samurai on this one, closer to the east. So, let's move Yari samurai to the right flank. Let's go loose formation, skirmish mode. Okay. Let's put these guys up here. My Yuri Samurai on the right flank. Which one's the sun? This one on the right side. Let's take him to the left side. Where hopefully we'll just be defensive. What the heck? Oh my, you fucked up my entire line. Fuck this. Wait, why didn't it? Enki. Okay, let's ungroup both my Yuri Samurais. This is the Commissioner for War, I believe. Yes, it is. Okay. Now, group that. Lock them there. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, yeah, they're pushing up towards this hill, as I expected. Okay, so his left side is the weaker units of Yari Samurai. So let me extend this a little bit. Make it attachment of Yari Samurais. Okay. I think we're 2, 3, 4. Yeah, four bows on both sides. This guy's a 3 rank. Okay, so I'll move my... Oh, okay, perfect. My lowest ranked bows are on the right side to meet his best ranked. Okay, perfect. We can... Now let's swap that over. Weakest arrows on the left. Okay. Okay. I'm feeling fairly confident here. Oh, it's all fucked now. Oh no. What if I angle? No, that's too far. I want to try to get 2 of my archer units to fire on this guy. Oh, he's taking the bait. He's taking the bait. Okay, if you say so. He's going in by himself. All right then. You're the defender here. I am perfectly content here, taking the skirmish. My 4 against his 2. Okay, I think we're gonna push it now. They're pulling further and further back, fucking pussies. Why are they going all the way that way? This way. Why are they going all the way around? What the Christ? What they doing? What the dog doing?
Hidden units, my lord! Treacherously meant to ambush us!
What the Christ are they guys doing? They're crazy.
Our men are running from the battlefield! A shameful display!
Okay, grab their general here. Oh my goodness. I really don't know why these guys went all the way over there. I am so confused as to what happened there.
From the battlefield.
so confused. What the heck these guys were doing? I literally clicked to go here and they went all the way around here. I literally cannot explain. Okay. I guess the game just wants me to play an even harder mode.
This is a black day. Our general has fallen, my lord.
Oh my god. Welp. The game just said, you know what? Nah, you. The game said you're gonna win, but I don't think you should. So let's go ahead and send your dudes 2 billion kilometers away. Unfortunate. I don't think the sun will live. Oh no.
Our men are running from the battlefield.
Okay, welp. I literally cannot explain how the pathfinding there worked, but that was pretty free. But the game said no.
Did you win again or did you lose?
Huh?
Did you win?
No, I was going to win,
Cool.
but
Cool.
he did die. Okay, unlucky.
Oh, did you just auto win?
Huh?
Did you auto win?
No, the battle's over.
It was a valiant defeat, so you didn't do too bad.
Yeah, because I should have won if the game did what I told it to do. There was a little mountain here, a little hill. There were two paths up, one here, and then one here. I sent my detachment on the right to go up this hill, but instead I pressed to go up this way, but they want to go all the way around for no reason.
You have to do the
So-
thing where you get hired at
CA, Creative Assembly,
yeah, Creative Assembly. You go in, you code, you fix the stupid bugs,
and then that's it, and then
you
leave,
quit.
and then quit. Yeah. That should have been that was tactically sound. If the units did what I told them to do, I would have won. But you know, it's okay. I'll continue next time here, and we'll see if we can recover. Which I might be able to. Well, he was the son was 14 years old, but now he is going to forever have been oh, that's not what I meant to press. Oops. He's now only ever going to be at most 14 years old. Unfortunate. Oh, now these guys want to fight. I'm not. I'm done for now. I said that was the is this one. We'll pick up here next time. I really don't. I cannot explain what could have possibly happened there. Let's go see. Or over here. No, that's too early. Okay, so I have my right detachment, my right flank. We're pushing forward. I think I already gave the order for these guys to get up the hill, to climb up this way. Let's see. Okay, I'm clicking. Click right there. But for some reason, I'm watching. Wait, I think that's it right there. Let's see. When I select them. Okay, I select them here. I press here. But the arrows are going this way. Okay, I selected them. I'm pressing right here. And these are the movement arrows. I'm pretty sure, right? I don't see anything here. Look, clearly the arrows are going way around this way. Let's see if I can find this here. I don't know. It's hard to tell with the quality, unfortunately. Oh, no, look, perfect. I clicked here. And the arrows are going further northeast, further north. All the way around. It's so bizarre. Hear the arrows clearly when I'm telling them to go this way. I clicked to go up here, and it's sending them all the way over here. These guys are still... I don't understand. I have no clue. These guys should have been here at the exact same time that these guys were here, which is what I wanted. That was my plan. But... oh, no. Okay, well, we'll see. Maybe what happened is, like, you need, like, a general nearby to, like, guarantee that your orders will be what you're trying to click. Because then this way, what happened here kind of makes sense. Like, there's no general nearby. I think the orders are this. Let's go way back here. I think that's what the general's saying. But no, that is not what the general's saying. The general is saying to go up the hill, not to go north. Up and north. I know those are difficult to confuse. But, okay. Okay, well, we'll leave it at that. Unlucky. Oh, it's actually saying Shogun 2. What the heck? I didn't put that. Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and end there for now. We'll pick up next time on this catastrophic defeat where I lost my eldest son. And we'll see if we can recover. We'll see if my second son, my younger son, can... if he's any better at commanding troops. And fuck, I really wanted to listen to that Peterson Matt Walsh thing, but I guess it's impossible to do this on YouTube. But okay, that's it. That's all for now. We have lost the eldest son, and we will try to see if maybe they were attacked by a Big Feet's infrasound, ultrasonic radiation, and maybe that's why their orders were confused. It wasn't me. It was the Big Feets. But yeah, good luck. Have fun. Don't die. Thanks for watching, and as always, I will see you next time. Bye-bye.